There you go. Oh, 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 oh.
We are live.
We are live. There you go. Oh, don't I usually do that with some kind of sound? Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is.
Wow, don't give up your day job.
We roll. Yeah, I won't.
Right,
I know.
right.
I am well informed. Happy Saturday, man. Does it feel like to you Saturdays are only 2 days apart now?
Yeah.
Is that what's happening, or is it just us Gen Xers and Boomers that are the weeks are like days used to be, and the months are like weeks? What's up with that, Gal? Or are we just happy to get to Saturday? Or are we
Time
just so action
flies
packed
so
in?
fast.
Whoop, it's Saturday again.
Mhm. I got two great nephews that just got past their driver's exam. Just saying.
Oh my.
Wow.
Just babies a minute ago. Just babies.
Listen to the sound of that. Two great nephews got their driver's license.
Great nephews. Mhm.
That's not, and you ain't even 50 yet. That's just not right.
No, not at all. Not at all. You'll hear me crying
Kids are
when my granddaughters get them. I'm just saying.
kids are impatient, aren't they?
Uh-uh-uh.
All right, let's scan the let me scan some pages and see all the smiling faces. Make sure my team's awake. Make sure Angie's still smiling. She is. There she is.
She's never not.
Got a lot to smile about.
Got Gail, got Barbara, got Sue, got Gary. And there's Kathy.
Rebecca's
Kathy,
not awake yet, but she's still here.
Hubert's smiling.
Kathy Taylor has an infectious smile.
Rebecca's smiling in her sleep. So, good morning. It's almost noon.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Too.
Don't worry, you won't have to put up with me much longer. Our fearless leader will have everything, every page he needs ready to go in a minute. Niles has been up since 4 o'clock and had way too much coffee. Is there such thing? Way too much?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
As soon as you dip your finger in it, ooh, too much.
Huh.
It's nasty.
I think I read an article that coffee is great for preventing all kinds of things, especially stomach issues.
Really.
Yeah, it's cancer preventative. So I just load up.
Mhm. There's other ways. Oh, I have other ways. I'm not doing that.
Good coffee is cancer prevention. Cheers. Hmm. People still coming in. Look at that.
They haven't got me 200 yet. They're dragging their feet.
I should get Linda across the street to come over and do a Zoom, let them in dance. That woman, like 6 days ago, she was in her driveway. I'm in my driveway, and I was like, "We could really use some rain." Linda, why don't you do a, a rain dance? And she was in her driveway and did a little bit of this. And 5 minutes after she finished walking up the driveway, got her house, it started raining. It hasn't stopped since. 6 days now. I've already texted her and said, "You are not allowed. You will never do another rain dance." Where's she from, Dina? Minnesota?
Yep. Way up there in
Yeah.
that frozen tundra.
Is it Minnesota that's got 10,000 lakes?
That's
Now I know
Michigan.
why. They really know how to do a rain dance. Yeah. All right, all right, all right. I'm running out of material without being sounding delirious and silly.
Too late.
Oh, that's tragic. That's okay. I got a bunch of stuff over here to take. Y'all wait till the call starts to sometimes take all your goodies.
I haven't had any yet.
Fish oil, Linda.
Still waiting on my breakfast.
My D3K2.
That it?
Then comes the real good stuff.
Oh,
First is what?
use.
Youth. Always first. Mm. And not just first because I love that apple pie taste.
Hot apple pie.
It is tastes. Hey, Roy said it too. Roy agreed with me. He tastes
Very.
apple pie also.
Berry.
Not just that, but liquid collagen. You know, it's a lot of work to look this good.
That's
Try
gonna
to
make everybody run right out and get some.
keep. There's a lot of work to stay looking 40. Oh my goodness. But that S7, right? S7 increased our nitric oxide production, and I need that. Got to get good blood flow to all the parts that don't get good blood flow all the time, like my brain, right? But I opened it up because what makes this work even better? So youth first, and then your brain. All right, I'm grabbing.
There he is, and there he went.
I was ready, but he wasn't talking nuts. He said he's gonna grab something.
Coffee, brain.
Wait, is this what we're having a special on right now?
No, I'm
Reserve?
doing my reserve. I haven't done my reserve of my mines. I've done everything else.
Is that what the special's on right now? Reserve?
I think so.
I should look.
Pay for 4 and get 7.
Do you know?
Goodness,
So I've been on these Jeunesse conferences, right? And the reserve stories are phenomenal. Okay, so I had a long talk with Costa yesterday, and I'm glad we talked. I covered a few things, and for what we're doing today, and let's just say that the cleanup day was so necessary. All right, we got a lot going on. I need to set some things up, and we're gonna start working on this. Look at it, like guys, we're almost at 200 people here. We usually get about 250 on a Saturday. Um, we have a guest coming in 43 minutes or so ish, and I'm gonna blow your guys' mind away. So before we get too far into today, make sure you got pen and paper nearby. Um, and I'm recording this. We're gonna do. I'm sure it's gonna be some training. So last minute changes. You guys, I made some last minute changes. I called in some audibles and it delayed things just a little bit today because I had a really crazy idea and I wanted to make it happen. So I called everybody that can make it happen and made it happen. And you guys are gonna hear about it in about an hour. Okay. Um, I've got to lay out some ground rules for you guys and understanding on this whole marketing scope. I do not think many of you understand how powerful we've made things with the PBS Vortex and how we work with the leads and where they come from and the understanding of that. And I normally wouldn't. I'm going to go into it today. Like I'm going to go into it really, really big today and draw it out before we get into the work. And guys, I have so much that I want to get done and we're gonna get it done. We have so much today, and I wish you guys. I think I covered this. Like we are in an incredible world of marketing, and when we bring a new student into this, I don't think they understand. Right? How would they? Right? They don't. You don't know what you don't know. But also, there is a huge magnitude of doing things here. And, I look at everybody's dreams, everybody's wishes, what we want to get accomplished. And I just know that I can help anybody do that through the power of marketing. And it's through what I know how to do and what we've instigated to do, right? Because we don't just have the knowledge about it. We don't just have the know-how. We have the capital behind it. And that's where the powerful part comes in. And if we utilize it right, we all can win. And I'm going to draw this out. So like, I'm going to pause for just like a couple minutes. Make sure everybody has pen and paper. Like you're going to have stuff that is going to come down that you're going to need to like, you're going to need to like, I know we have it recorded. We can watch it again, but you need to write it down. And especially when you have this guest come in here, because we're going to go in a whole new realm, a realm that a lot of people may never have thought they'd be into. But you guys, I'm not going to ever apologize for teaching you guys more stuff than you thought you would ever need. I'm not. I'm going to open up your horizons so big. There's things that we do that create more revenue than expected, but they happen because of the circular way we market. So like if we don't do A, B, C, that D would have never happened. It's not like, oh, why don't you just do D? No, well, D happened because of A, B, C. And I need you guys to understand that in that simple of term, because that's what it is, right? And so we break it down to where we focus on what? We focus on the PPS marketing and we do what we do best. We market to people that want, or we're spending a lot of money marketing to people that want to do something to bring in extra money. Believe it or not, that'll never ever die. The way that the world works, people will always need more money than they can bring in with a job. It's a fact. It's a fact. Unless you are tied to equity in a company, unless you are a business owner, there is no upside being an employee. Fact will always make a solution for making extra money something that people are going to desire and look into. And so that's where we focus. But all right, I said I'd give you a couple minutes. Let me you guys just see me windows I have open in preparation for today. And I gotta go. I'm gonna go pull this up. Oh, actually, I'm gonna show that yet. You guys. I'm gonna take a couple minutes to just clean a couple things up here on my desktop because I'm shifting gears from what I was going to do this first hour because of what just happened. I need you guys to have a really freaking good understanding of this, right? I need you to understand why we work our process every day and what that creates. And it's something that once you see it, you'll see like, how does Rory have the energy to do V marketing day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out? How does he do this? Why does he do this? Well, it's because I know what the end results create and I know what I'm trying to do. And obviously my why is big, but also I know that if I measure down what I need to do every day, I can make it happen. I know that this will result in that. And what I'm about to show you guys today is going to be hopefully it's going to be a very good revelation of, oh my gosh, we're in something huge. And now I see where Rory focuses so much on our anchors. He focuses so much on the marketing that we do. And now we've added, extra things, and I'll give, I'm going to laugh about this. And I really appreciate that Niall's there to kind of like he gets me so well, guys. But I'm so glad that he's there because he did something that made this organizationally better. And I'm laughing about it now because you guys, I'm really like I work on things and I don't want to push it forward till I absolutely know it's going to work. Like I'm going to go test it first. Right? I test it. I don't want to waste anybody's time. I don't want to take away from what's working for us. If it's adding, it needs to be adding, not taking away ever, right? Like if A, B, C, and then D happens and D affects B in a bad way, then maybe D doesn't need to be there. That's simple. Okay. So what I'm about to go into, the thing is funny is in the PBS Vortex, we sent out text 1, we sent out text 2, we sent out text 3, and then everybody thought they were just done with the lead, right? And then I was looking for what else we could do with that lead based on what I'm about to show you guys. And then we got that. And then I called it like a new series. And Niall goes, just make this text 4, Rory, because we all know that you got 5 and 6 coming. Right? I don't know if you guys are on there. Well, he's dead right. So we're going to be talking about 4 today, but I got to tell you, 4 is going to probably create 5 and 6 out of it because we're going to figure out follow up to make this better. And then I was on, like, if anybody has my calendar, I had a meeting. I said no calls like for Friday, and I was on a developmental call that is going to be 6 or 7 or 8, 9, 10, and I got to, I'll be testing and running this stuff out there, but it's like it's a cool thing, and if they can pull off everything we need, it's going to be a great addition knowing where this is at. So you guys, we're taking that PBS Vortex, and everything we do with our PBS is just going to get so much bigger than we've ever been before. And the thing about it is, the bigger we make it, the more exposure we get to our anchors, the more exposure we get to, the PBS Vortex really represents a marketing system like nothing else out there, all combined to one. And then we tie in the commissions and the revenue and the profit sharing all together. And we're going to have some very awesome things with this where, we might create what we could call an anchor offer for instance, that actually makes so much more money than we make in anchor 1 or 2, but we don't make that money if we don't do anchors 1 and 2. And I need everybody to understand that. Like, there's got to be this understanding that if we focus on any one thing, we lose. We can't afford to do it. You guys, I got to tell you this. In marketing, I've watched for decades people focus on a singular thing. And yeah, it might have a great run, 5 years, 10 years, but after 10 years, they're not there anymore. There's people that have built great businesses that now have jobs. Why? Because they were tricked into focus on one thing. No business focuses on one thing and succeeds. They're constantly reinventing, they're constantly expanding. Why would we not follow success is what I'm trying to say. And I'm going to put some examples out there just so you guys are like, what is he clamoring about? But if you guys look at Coca-Cola, you can look at Pepsi, they're big distribution companies. Coke isn't their main thing. Pepsi isn't their main thing. They keep that name, that's their brand. If they would have just stuck selling Coca-Cola products only, they would have gone out of business. Same with Pepsi. Pepsi actually was running into problems. Why did Pepsi go into fast food? Because it was cheaper to buy those out than to pay the distribution rights and compete against Coke. You're gonna see a common theme in business success, and it goes like this, right? You adapt or you die. Well, we built, knowing how that is, right? The whole PBS system is an adaptation system. We are constantly able to adapt. So we never die. And if you're in that mindset of adaptation when it makes sense, then you're always going to find those new big wins, right? And we hold true to it all, right? And you guys, we picked, I'll just put this out there, and I'm so excited to show you guys this stuff. We picked home runs across the board of stuff. And if it didn't work out, we just unplug it, plug something else in its place, and we carry on. The ability for us to do that is freaking just super effective. But I need you guys to see this. So give me just a second. You guys, I had a lot of fun the other day with the computer, and I might break into that later today because I know a lot of people are like that whole eBay sniping thing. I've gotten more feedback on that than a lot of things I've done in the last little bit. So we'll cover that again. I'll show you guys what that's at. I helped a lot of people get new computers, and for whatever reason, we were getting freaking amazing freaking deals. Okay. Now I've been finding some other things out there that give some amazing deals. I also found something that I'm testing that pays, like an affiliate payment system for giving people access to things at freaking unbelievable pricing. And it's something that's going to be great year round, but especially for the holidays. And I think it could be a really good traffic pull for everything else that we have. So I'm looking at these things. I'm sharing that one with you because it's making progress and it's not ready yet. But we need to all have this understanding so that as we go forward, we're all understanding, okay, this is where it goes. And the one thing I have to stress is do what I do, get what I get. And you'll notice that I focus on new PBS students. Number one priority is getting them in and trained, right? If I don't do that, none of these other things that we're doing are going to matter, right? They're just not. And it also coincides with, what my goals are, right? I want to help millions of families around the world. Well, if we create the vehicle that helps a family succeed and the room is vast and we can put millions into it, we won. We've already created that. So now I just got to do the measure of what feeds that and then constantly training. Sure, all that's going to be there. But guys, it's just on a rail. And that PBS Vortex, guys, when I told you guys I got to go play, this is what we get to do. Like we get to play and it's organized and it's not just like, well, I wonder if we could do all that. And at the same time, we had to like navigate with the law of the land. We had to navigate with what we can do, right? Emails don't work. I'll tell you this as one of the world's biggest spammers by numbers. Before it was called spam, but by email just doesn't work anymore. It's just not effective. SMS is it, but we have to be regulated. We have to do it right. We do all that. We do all that. And you guys, I have over 1 billion records that we cannot utilize the SMS the way that we are now because they were not captured with the right language. We didn't even know SMS was going to be a thing when we did a lot of that data creation. So we use that data for what? To clean the data coming in, verify the data coming in, rate the data coming in, let us know what's going on. We use it for internal things and it's priceless. No one else on the planet has that. No one but us. And and I'm sure it'll have even more effect as we roll more and more things out there. So you guys, if you guys saw my tabs about the computer, like I got 64 gig of RAM. Okay. If I had 32, my computer would not be functioning with how many tabs I have opened up. And there's all these things I was getting ready for today. I just gotta close some things down. Oh, I'll be in that later today. Um, I'm just gonna close everything down. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen, guys. That was even quicker than that was quick. Do you guys ever like you're working on a project, right? And you're like, oh, I don't want to reset all my stuff. It's like all ready to go. I do that all the time. And what I usually find is, working on a new project or a new page, at least I have it saved, at least as a draft. I kind of do all that. But I want you guys to pay attention to what I have here on the top. I teach this constantly. Constantly, I teach this. So, and I need to take a tab over here. Let's see. Oh, right there. Okay. So everybody, you see this, by the way, you guys, this is what I'm about to break down is something I wish I would have done earlier. So like, it's good because you're like, oh, why didn't I teach that before? But when I start out the day, my browser opens up to this. So when I clean everything down, I launch it again, it goes. So I got you guys, and I teach it over and over again on purpose. So I go right to snoozed. The second I pull up my inbox, guys, I have things I got to deal with, right? And I'll deal with them when it's the right time. Like if it's really urgent, I've probably already dealt with it. There's no life or death thing happening in our business, right? And I have multiple emails, multiple inboxes, but I have to go to snooze just because I don't want a rabbit hole, right? Same reason I do this is the same reason I don't have Instagram, Facebook, Instagram pull up automatically. I don't need rabbit holes, right? I don't need them. Okay. And I have my Google Calendar. Obviously, I live by the calendar. Um, I didn't even mark off it's a work day today. So PBS work day. Everybody knew. So thank you for not scheduling me today, guys. Okay. And I did it on the 19th as well, right? So I'm going to change this. Oops. Yeah, 19th. We're going to go. It's 9 to 3. It's in mountain time. So I really should change this time zone. I'll change that somewhere other time. I set it up when we were in Utah, right? We've been doing this a long time. All right. So 11, it'll go to 3. So that'll be 5 o'clock. And I'm just going to do PBS Workday. Save, and I'm going to do this event only. There we go. Post call, no calls. I'm like, I'm not going to be, I'll be done. That'll be good. All right. So I got my calendar, right? I live and die by that. Here's today's. I mark things off. I got reservations for dinner with Tanya at 6. We're going to a Spanish place. I'm excited. We get this paella. Anyway, so I'll go here and it's celebratory, guys, because I know today's just going to manifest massive things. So then I have my script, right? And this is my SMS script. You guys see, I mean, I work. This is my tools, right? As my tool belt lines up, and then I got 5 versions of the login, right? 5 versions of the CRM, and by the time I get my day going, I usually have about 10 of these going, right? And I'm gonna close these down for today because I don't need them. I'm not, if I demonstrate this stuff, we'll do it later. So I'm gonna just go minimize that. I'm gonna stop my share for 1 second, and I'm gonna log into my things here that I don't want YouTube to ban us because I showed a login or something. So let me do that really quick. It's encrypted, but they seem to get picky about that. So let me log in. I'm logging into Rory 3 because we're gonna be working in that today. I'm gonna log into just in case. And then I need to open up my rory3.com backup in Google Drive. So I'm going to get that ready. I guess I could show that because it's already logged in. And then I'm also going to be working in ads and headlines for you guys today. So headlines and ad training. Okay, let me share my screen now. And and what I want to do is a breakdown, and I think I'm going to do it in the triple R247 page. I'm going to create a new training page, right? I'm just going to go ahead and create it, new page. You can double see this, and I'm just going to do Lead flow explained. So I'll go ahead and do my keyword. PBS Vortex. Obviously, I got more work to do. I'm going to go to dreams. And I've typed lead flow. I don't know if there's an image that I want that's already created. And sometimes I just like look at an image and say like, yeah, I got to do all that. So I'm just going to draw it out, right? And then explain it. So this is going to take what it takes, and then I want to make it pretty for you guys, but really break it down. So let's see. I'm going to go to headlines and ad training. Where's my PBS Vortex folder? And right where it's supposed to be. So there's the PBS page building. Here's the Vortex. Um, Man, you guys, I really wish I could just dump my brain on you guys, but we're gonna do the best we can and just do it this way. All right, so I'm gonna go into I was gonna do a new one and just call it. Okay. You guys might see different things on this page. I'll say this is a different setup than our PBS, but so if you see something different, that's just what it is. I'm not even gonna just it's fine, but I want to put this on here because I'm going to build a training around this because this is such necessary knowledge on the rest of this. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go and draw this out. I like the wire leads. I forget that's even a thing for that word. I'm just going to grab this for just, it's fine. I want an image on here, right? I want to make it look somewhat good. I'm not seeing the exact image I want. I'll work on that later. I'm replacing it with a smaller version. That's fine. I'm going to go right here. Okay, I'm going to my drawing thing. I'm getting good at this. I need a visual, right? Like, a picture says 1,000 words. I'm going to write around it. And then obviously a video to explain it. That's the three mediums we use, right? So, um, diagram this out. Obviously, this is going to change, right? What I mean by that is, all right, I'm going to draw this up. All right, I'll clean that up. It gets a little funny sometimes. Oh, you know what? I was gonna do this different. Hold on, guys. This will bother me, so just bear with me. You know, cut off, so move that over there. Now, when I'm gonna put this on my web page, I gotta go to a snip, and I'll just grab that image. Grab that again. I don't like that. So I'm using the snipping tool. It's right there. So I grabbed it that way. I'm gonna right click, save as, or let's go PBS Vortex lead flow. I'm going a little bit over today. I want to finish one thing off before we bring our guest on, because I need you guys to really understand the complexities of this, and I'll probably come back and spell it out again. So let me move that. I've got this. I'm going to come here. I'm going to add another image. Interesting. I'm getting rid of that one. All right. Okay, and I'm gonna go into let me go in. I'm going to go into a spreadsheet analysis on this. But basically, we're working the leads in a flow, right? We're doing everything we know we've already proven out to get them into a PBS and part of RRR247. And then after that, we're going to the multifamily page, right? And we're going to be right now. We got one message we sent out there, and as I tweak, train, and figure out more, we're going to probably come back later and offer this again, right? We're going to figure out the right sequencing for that program. But it doesn't mean, we have room to market other things. We have room to do everything else in there. But once they come into our family, once they get into a PBS, they have access to everything we do as well. Right? It's just more doorways into our marketing house. And we know that ascension marketing is so real that some of these people aren't going to be ready to be part of the family here for a year, 2 years, 3 years. I mean, that's why we grip on this. So I want everybody to understand that every time you take your block of 100 leads and you work those, you're working potential and possibility for several months, if not years down the road. It gets to where, I mean, it should blow your mind already because we get the opportunity to take leads that are created for a specific purpose and help find the right door for them to come in on. And not everybody is going to be thrilled to do the PBS business. I mean, I don't know why anybody wouldn't do it. Like, it drives me nuts, right? They don't see it. And I know you guys are the same way because it's like you wanted extra money. You said, here's your problem. We have a solution for it. You're not willing to do the work. What else are they going to do? Right? And I go through all of it. And then I'm like, well, we have people that are looking for different things and they're looking for different things anyway, whether we give it to them or not. Right? So we partner with the right things that fit our core values, that deliver unbelievable process and goods. And then we have a way to introduce them to that too. Always driving them to our pages, right? Always driving them to our pages. So with that being said, I'm going to share my screen again. Right. And I'll be coming back to this. I'm going to go to, let me just save that for good measure. This is going to have a lot more to it. And we go to Rory, 3.com multifamily. So everybody should have already built one of these pages. I know Stacy covered this on Thursday again. We're going to make this part of our training for additional pages that people do in step 4. It's such a important thing that we've added. And I'm going to come on here. I'm going to let me get our guest in here really quick. There he is. All right, I'm going to go to I'm going to launch this first, and then I'm going to bring Dustin on and go explain it. All right. Dustin, you're with me, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, guys, I want to do a full introduction in a second. But what I want to do is I want to launch this. You guys should have all seen this, but I want to make sure, and then obviously for training. And again, if we update it, we update it, right? And if we update it, it'll update across everybody. I'm going to go full screen. I'm going to turn off my video so I'm not a distraction on this. And I'm going to hit play.
What if you could plug a deal into a system and get instant feedback? You know if it's good or garbage. And what if we brought the capital to make it happen? At Evolve Real Estate, we've built a powerful AI tool to make multifamily and land development fun, simple, and wildly effective. The portal was created by Tanner Barlow, a principal engineer at Microsoft and former Stripe developer. He brings nearly a decade of experience in AI, automation, and back-end systems to simplify deal sourcing, automate due diligence, and enhance smart decision-making. Upload your deal. Let the AI analyze it in seconds. No spreadsheets, no confusion, just clarity. you sign up for our free workshop, you'll get a free one-on-one training session, access to powerful calculators, contracts, and deal tools, a seat at the table with people actually doing deals right now. Find a great deal? We'll help negotiate it, bring the capital, and give you a choice. Get paid up front or stay in the project long-term as a real equity partner. All under the guidance of co-founder Austin Pritchett, a Cornell MBA and former Wall Street investment banker. Austin has led underwriting and financial strategy for REITs, family offices, and commercial development firms, and has personally modeled over $1 billion in real estate projects. Multifamily, land, real ownership, without doing it alone.
Don't just learn real estate, do it. We'll back you.
You're muted, Rory.
Oh, there. Okay. So I'm gonna bring that on there. I'm gonna bring Dustin on. We're gonna go a little bit back and forth. Again, everybody should have your notepads. I'm gonna take you guys into something that you weren't planning on. I promise. This is gonna be something that you probably didn't expect, but it's gonna be incredible. And let me do that really quick. Let me go to my. Where do I do that at? Here, Rory. All right, Dustin. Okay. There we go. Should settle in. We can adjust where it is. Just so we go back and forth on this. Oh, we have another visitor. Is he? Oh, well, let's go this way. All right. So you guys, we have an amazing team behind this Evolve Real Estate program. Dustin's here. He's going to explain it. Now we need to understand it so we can write about it properly, push it out there. And more importantly than anything is I need you guys to understand why we added it, what it means, how it works, and why this. You guys, I've been trying to work on real estate stuff that we were gonna add to our offering for a long time. You guys all know Tanya's got an extensive background in it. Our attorney Jim has an extensive background in it, and this has been coming along. And I want you guys to see why it made sense in so many ways. And I'm gonna like clue back, let Dustin do his thing, and then we'll come back and forth on it. But you guys, I don't know. I know a lot of people here may not have ever done much with real estate. Okay. This is actually even better for you because I guess one thing I see on this aspect is knowledge is amazing if you use it. And I always bring up this background thing of our, we are 90% of our environment. And, if your family wasn't investing in real estate, odds are you don't invest in real estate. If you weren't taught by somebody how to do this, how would you do it? Right. And, we can look around. I mean, you kind of know the basics of real estate. There's only so much real estate in right locations, and then it's gone. You can't just keep making more, right? Unless you do this virtual world thing and create the stuff you can't even live on, right? I won't even go there, right? But there's something to it, and there's a lot in the development processes and all the things that are there, and there's ways to do it, and there's ways to do it right, and technology is advancing, and the aspects of the business deal have been changing, and I want you guys to hear what we're tied into now, and we'll go on from that. But you guys, I'm going to sit back. We're going to watch. Dustin's going to explain some stuff. And let you guys know what we're with, right? And that little video it does enough to hopefully get people to come in there, but it doesn't justify what this is. It's so big. Now remember, nothing sells itself, folks. Nothing. It can be the best thing on the world in any aspect of our life. It will not sell itself. It's got to be explained. It's got to be educated. It's got to be conveyed. We can be part of that process, right? And you guys, just to recap what our main focus is to present it, capture. I'll call it butts and seats. Get people to go see it. People that are interested in this to go show up for an actual training presentation. And what you guys are going to see is this isn't something you can learn in 5 minutes. It's not something you can. It's just like what we do as a PBS. You can't learn it in 5 minutes. You literally got to be trained on how all this stuff works. Not to mention the tools of what makes it work better. Right? All those things have got to be educated. All those things got to be trained on. So people go through this process, go through it. Dustin's going to break it open now. Again, I'm gonna sit back and take notes too, guys. And I actually think I know this pretty well. But I'm going to take notes because he was willing to come on today and share it with you guys. He knows they're in partner with us, right? We're all partners with Dustin. There's a guy by the name of Shane Jones, and then you guys know Jim's part of this. So guys, this is our project with them, and I want you guys to understand why we took it on, and you're going to know that just by hearing what it is. All right. So Dustin, I'm just gonna pass it back to you. Get out this view. I'm gonna take my camera off because you guys are gonna see my face going like this, and I want you guys to focus on Dustin. I'm gonna tell you guys nothing out there is like this. We're not selling a Me Too product in real estate. We are in, and I know you guys already expect that from us. Like we don't just go grab something and like go market it. We want to be in something that is a leader, that is an outlier of the whole process. And I got to tell you guys, I've been working with these guys for a while. They're just like us. They get it, they go forward, and they want to help a lot of people make great money and make the world a better place. You guys, the right people understand that affluence is best when shared and extended. And I'm just going to say, look, when you find people like that, right? That, guys, I think that is my absolute favorite tribe of choice, is people that want to develop something and share something that really makes a difference in people's lives. Not just how can we make a lot of money in this and get out. I just gotta tell you, it's so awesome to find that, but it's also sadly rare. All right, Dustin, I'm going off this. Let's go off this view. It's you, and I'll chime in if I need to. And obviously, you got some stuff to cover. Then I'm going to come back on with you. Okay.
That sounds great, Roy. Thank you so much. And I appreciate that. At the end there. That means a lot. So, this is you guys. It's great to meet you. My name is Dustin Richardson. And we are kindred spirits. I can already tell you are spending your weekend to learn and to sharpen your tools. And you are my kind of Pete. I'll just say that. So we are extremely excited to work with you. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on myself and how all of this came about. So I've been investing in real estate full time for over 25 years. It's what I always wanted to do, was to be a real estate investor. And that's really how I started out. I was fortunate enough to find a mentor who was about to retire, and he owned a construction company. He was a realtor. He had millions of dollars, and he was lazy. And he said, "Hey, I am ready to retire, but if you're willing to go out and knock doors and find deals and do all the work, I will split these projects with you." So I was extremely lucky. For every one of me, I think there's a million people trying to break into real estate that aren't able to. And so I've always been grateful and wanted to pay it forward. And what happened was I'd been investing for about 10 years full time, flipping houses, making tons of money, doing extremely well. And I had a friend that approached me and said, "Hey, you should come and teach people how to do this. I don't know a lot of people that actually do it full time like you." And I thought, well, maybe a little bit on the side. And so I became a phone coach. This is kind of aging myself, but this was a long time ago where we didn't even do Zoom trainings. It was me on a cell phone talking to someone. And what happened was it was for a mentor that had his own TV show.
and he was out of Texas, and they recorded the phone calls, and he listened to them. And after I did my first few trainings, I got a call by the top, owner of the company, the guru. And he said, "Hey, you've actually flipped houses. I can see that." And I said, "Well, yeah. I mean, isn't why these people are paying $100,000 to get trained by us?" I mean, this was a huge. He's making 80 million a year, spending millions a month in TV ads, radio ads. That actually worked back then, and that was before the way it's done now. And he immediately flew me out and said, "I want you to run all of the training because most of our trainers have not actually done deals." And I thought, wow, this is insane. And so I did that for a while, but I didn't love it. And so I just went back to investing full time. Well, when being in that space and immediately rising to the top, I have heard Rory's name for the last 10 years, but it's spoken in hushes and whispers. It's like, "Rory Rickard. Hey, have you heard of that guy, Rory Rickard?" And anyone in the biz op space, which is what I'm in the same space as all of you. We're all in biz op. And everyone wanted to, get a hold of Rory and the ICO leads. And I had heard about him, but I went away from that space. So I was in fulfillment. I was never on the marketing side. I ran all the coaches, I designed the training, and we were helping a lot of people, but I just went back to investing full time. And so I really, really appreciate what Rory has built. In fact, Rory and I were having a conversation earlier this morning, and we were just saying the same thing. It was like, hey, adapt or die. And it does not matter what industry you're in. I don't care if you're, selling insurance, if you are in real estate or, lead gen, online marketing, influencers, whatever it is, people always want to have something that just lasts forever. And the reality is, it's a very competitive world that we live in, and you have to adapt or die. And so, it became such a no-brainer for us. One of our partners is partners with Rory on a bunch of other businesses. He mentioned Jim. And so, I was kind of anti the training space, BizOp, for a while, just because I felt like we couldn't give people exactly what they needed. Even with a one-on-one trainer, it wasn't, I knew that there was something extra that needed to be done, but it just hadn't been invented when I first got into the industry. And so, you fast forward to Rory and us, basically wanting to become part of his family and him wanting to become part of our family. And what happened was I have built up a huge construction company. And so one of the things that I'm doing right now is I handle construction for multi-billion dollar hedge funds. And so I've got all of these construction crews. I call them my family. And they, a lot of them, my friends and family from Honduras. And I ended up partnering with a gentleman that worked for a multi-billion dollar hedge fund that created some software. So again, this is a recurring theme. You guys are a tech company with Rory's CRM and everything else he's built. We are a tech company. And in my construction company, it's also a tech company that we create remote scopes, and I'm able to get rehabs done faster and cheaper than anyone else, and that's why they utilize me. Okay, so there's that. Well, what happened was one of my contacts, a guy by the name of Austin Pritchett, which you may have seen in that sizzle reel that Rory just showed, but he didn't have the background in the construction side. He had the background in development and multifamily, basically underwriting. So what happened with Austin, he was born in a real estate family. So we call them real estate families. He could have spent, his career just going to the country club and doing projects with his dad's friends and whatnot, but he's a lot more motivated than that. And so what he did was he knew that he was creative with real estate and structuring deals and whatnot. And I feel like I'm kind of the same way. Well, Austin knew that he needed to know the numbers side better, which I wish I would have had that thought when I first got started, but I wasn't smart enough to think about that. I just jumped in head first. So Austin, he went to an Ivy League school and got a degree in finance, and he looks at real estate exclusively 100% from a numbers perspective. So he has models, financial models that he uses that are the same financial models that BlackRock uses. Okay, so that's really critical to understand because since I've become friends with Austin, I see other developers out there, people that make 10 million in real estate and then they lose 12 million. And they're coming to Austin and they're saying, we need you to help bail us out. We made bad decisions. And that's what I've seen. And so what happened with Austin is he started working for some investment banks and he was doing underwriting specifically for a commercial lender who made him underwrite every asset class you can imagine. So I'm talking theme parks, trailer parks, luxury homes, luxury resorts. And in that process of doing underwriting on thousands of properties, he put his business model together, which has been so insanely successful that within the last 5 years, he's acquired over $1 billion in buildable real estate, his own real estate that he's built up. And I won't go totally into the business model. We can get into that later, but it's really creative. It's partnering with farmers that have land. And he does it so creatively because he approaches them and he says, hey, I will put up all the money. I won't encumber your land. See, that's where farmers get in trouble. In the 2008 real estate bubble burst, they had all these developers that approached them, but they went and got debt on the land. And then when the subprime lending market collapsed and everything collapsed, then a lot of these farmers lost their legacy properties. And so he said, you know what, I'm willing to take a risk with time, but not money. So he puts up the cash and they do a partnership. And he's made hundreds of millions of dollars. He's been very successful. Okay, so he did not know the construction side of the business. And he said, hey, I'm going vertical on a lot of these now, so we need to collaborate. And that's how he and I started working together. Okay, so what happened was in that process, I spoke with Austin and I said, look, Austin, what's happening right now is multifamily is where it's at with real estate investing. And again, it goes in cycles, like I mentioned before. Okay, now why real estate, you guys? Okay, so 90% of wealthy people either make their money or hold their money in real estate. So what that means, if you make millions of dollars as a surgeon, if you own an insurance company, if you do online marketing and you make millions of dollars, it doesn't matter. At some point, you are going to have to learn real estate investing and how to deploy that money. So let's talk about what's going on in the market right now. Okay, I monitor new construction permits being pulled because that's the most important metric for me. Okay, and what's happening right now, you guys, builders are not building single family homes anymore. They are building more luxury, upper management type homes where individuals, a top level management person at Adobe can put up, a couple $100,000 and not pay the private mortgage insurance. So they're not as concerned about interest rates and what's going on. And so, all of these multi-billion-dollar hedge funds now are buying single family homes. That's why real estate hasn't crashed. So I have friends that have been watching YouTube videos for the last 5 years and sitting on the sidelines, not investing in real estate because they were just so sure it was going to crash because all the doomsday people were saying it was going to. And I said, look, in the last 5 years, you could have made 5 million. If it crashed and you lost 3 of that, you're still up 2 million. That's okay. But what's happening right now is inflation, you guys. It has really thrown a wrench in certain things with real estate, which gives us the greatest opportunity in my career, my lifetime. And that is for right now, multifamily investing. The reason that multifamily is so huge right now is because all of the DSCR loans are recasting. And what's happening is the locked in effect. Okay. So we need more housing right now. We need housing so bad because in America, we are the new London. Okay. The middle class is shrinking, and young kids cannot buy a starter home anymore. We have in 2025, it's called the year of the flat market because we have so many forces pushing up and so many forces pushing down at the same time. And what happened since COVID is the real estate market is not one United States big giant real estate market. People are realizing, you know what? It's actually very geographically isolated now. Like in the Sun Belt, certain things are happening right now. In the Rust Belt, certain things are happening right now. And, my question is, why weren't these multi-billion-dollar hedge funds buying real estate 50 years ago? But they weren't. And so we have a massive crisis for housing in America, but the real opportunity is to take motels and convert them into multifamily. And so, really, what happened is Austin and Shane, one of my good friends that's on here as well, he's not going to jump on. This is just me going through this, but you can meet him later. But Shane was connected to a lot of farmers, a lot of landowners. And he said, I'm looking for billions of dollars. I literally have that much land. I need the cash to put it together. And I said, no problem. And so Shane and Austin and I are putting together a lot of projects. And in the process, basically, Austin approached me and said, hey, you're in the training space. I'm very interested to take my business model across the entire United States. I have a massive problem, and that is I have way more money than I can deploy into projects. Now, that may sound like a weird problem, but I've had that problem in my fix and flip business where I'm stressed out to turn my money. And it's something most people, don't ever think about, but it is a massive stress. And so he said, you know what, I have the ability, and I think it would be really cool to train people and really show them what I do. The problem is, I want these individuals to go out and find deals for me. So I don't care to own a seminar business. I'm not a trainer. I don't want a coaching company. I said, well, you're smart. Because having a real estate fulfillment company is a complete nightmare. And see, you guys, typically what happens is this, okay? Because I'm in this space, or I was in this space, and there's a lot of people that are willing to throw down the money for marketing. They are marketing companies. Now, a lot of those people they're sucking wind right now. They're going out of business because they can't compete with companies like you guys. They don't have a system like Rory has built. And you guys are competing on a level they simply can't. But these people are marketers. They're not real estate investors. So they just run out and look for a product. They have no way to vet it. They have never done deals themselves. They have no idea how to really invest in real estate. And in fact, some of the biggest seminar companies out there in real estate, the owners start to believe their own lie and their own legend that they really are some big guru. And then they go throw their profits from their seminar company into real estate projects, and they get in trouble. And then they come to us and ask us to bail them out. Okay, so what's happening with that is you have people like Rory that are like, hey, I want to find the right real estate fulfillment, but that's not easy to do. And that is true. And it's only because we're connected, and that, well, I'll just call it a family relationship with Jim, the partnership, and the 20 years of knowing these people. And I was just excited to meet the wizard behind the curtain. Like I said, I'd heard about Rory, and everyone wanted to work with him, but no one could. And so it was always like, he's doing his own thing. Good luck partnering with him, that type of thing. And so I can't tell you how ecstatic I am. Just to get into basically what happened with Austin, we said, here's the problem, Austin. You probably haven't dealt with wholesalers very much, or I'll just call it a wholesaler or a bird dog or a deal finder. But they throw spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks. And so they don't know what they don't know, and you're going to have a massive team to vet through all of that. The only way that we can see this working is if you're able to create some type of AI program where if someone, let's just say a bird dog or a deal finder, presents a potential deal, you can train them how to go do it, but they still, because you guys, what's happening right now in multifamily, it's not that you can't go find a deal, it's that there are too many deals. All right, there's hundreds of deals, and you can spin your wheels for weeks going down the rabbit hole on the wrong project. And as it gets further down the path, you might spend a little bit of money in your due diligence process. I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend 3 weeks wasting my time and $3,000 on due diligence only to find out it wasn't a real deal. And so he's like, yeah, but we can vet those out and sift through them and only take, the cream of the crop. And I said, yeah, but you have no idea what that's going to take. But if we have an AI program that can pull government data and verify the information. So right now, the problem is separating the wheat from the chaff. There's a tsunami of deals, and you need to know how to sift through those very quickly. And a student, someone who's learning real estate, doesn't know how to vet those things out. And so I just thought, I'm not an AI designer. I don't know how to do this. I don't know the right people. They could tell me that they're the greatest, but I wouldn't know. Well, you guys, I'm here to tell you that in all areas of business, it's not about who you know, it's who knows you. Who's going to pick up the phone when you call? Who's going to fund your real estate project? Who's going to let you train them in online marketing? Okay. It's those relationships. And so, Shane and I just kind of thought we kind of shelved the idea and thought, it sounds amazing, but I don't know how to bring it to fruition. So we get a call from Austin about a month later, and he goes, "Hey, you guys, we built the system." We're like, "What? You built the system? What does that mean?" Well, Austin is in a neighborhood with other multimillionaires, and his neighbor happens to be one of the absolute top web engineers in AI specifically from Microsoft. Okay, Fortune 500 company. This is no joke. This guy is unemployable. He is, it's kind of like me in fulfillment. It was like I get approached once a month from different companies begging me to come and build their fulfillment, and I just go, no, no, thanks. I don't want to do that. So Austin went to Tanner Barlow is his name, and you can look these people up, legitimate people doing billions of dollars, Microsoft and billions of dollars, Austin's development firm. And so what happened was Austin approached Tanner and said, "Look, this is beneath your pay grade. Like I understand, you've got bigger and better things, but do you have an underling that would help me build this?" And obviously Austin has an amazing track record and a friendship there. And Tanner said, "Actually, this sounds really cool. I want to get involved." And so he busted this out. Now, I'm talking about a marriage, you guys, of these financial models that BlackRock uses that 99.9999% of people would never get access to the top level. We're talking doing the underwriting on a level higher than Marcus and Millichap, the biggest commercial brokerage in America. This is like the secretive stuff that like Jim Simmons and these types of people utilize. And we have Austin plugging those financial models with AI. Now, the magical thing about that is that now we have a system that is built where someone who's never even bought a house before knows nothing about real estate, especially multifamily, and they can plug in a potential deals after we teach them how to do that. So we understand that there needs to be a teaching on how to go find the deals. And so what we're doing is a live weekly teaching where a newbie, it doesn't matter who, can learn some of these creative strategies that we've built over the last, combined 100 years between all of us investing in real estate. And once you learn those strategies, you become a deal finder. And I'll be honest with you guys, and this is a little bit embarrassing to admit this, but when I first partnered up with Austin and we started putting this stuff together, a bird dog, someone that just goes out there and finds a deal, they usually get 1% of the profit, that type of thing. It's a small little fee. And Austin said, no, I want these deal finders to make a lot more money. I want them to stay in as an equity partner, and I want them to make life-changing money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You guys, we have actuals. We have real deal finders on one particular real estate development. This is not multifamily because we do both, but on one real estate development, they are making over $2.5 million, and there's two of them. So we're talking but this is a huge project, and it was a family friend, it was a farm. So I do want to qualify a lot of that, but we have a gal who just signed up, and she just got an LOI, which is a letter of intent, and it's going to take 8 to 14 months. So it's not a quick project for her to get paid, but she has a choice. She can either get paid up front or she can get a percentage of the profit. She is opting to take a percentage of the profit, and it is almost $600,000. I could have her come on and talk to you guys. You would be blown away. I mean, this is someone who, was stressed out trying to break into real estate and could not figure it out. And so that is the power of the AI system, you guys, because remember, I come from the background of having a mentor and a one-on-one coach, but I was fortunate because we were business partners. And so he was incentivized to take my phone call every second and continuously work with me because he was getting part of the profit. And so, as I managed fulfillment companies, when individuals would have 10 trainings with someone, it just wasn't enough. And that was the missing piece that drove me away from the industry. Well, if you have an AI portal that gives you instant feedback, and the way that it works is you plug in a property, and let's say that there are 20 steps to getting you to completion. Okay, let's just take a quick scenario. Let's just say that I find a 100-unit apartment building, and it's extremely distressed, and the numbers work. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy that 100-unit apartment building. I'm going to increase the rehab. So I'm going to remodel the units, make every unit nicer, increase the rents, and that adds millions of dollars of value. And so that's what we're doing right now, you guys, is we're doing a lot of different things, but we're flipping apartment buildings. Okay. So that would be an example. And if we're selling that and making a profit of $10 million, well, it's 5% to the deal finder. And I feel a little bad because I went to Austin and I said, hey, can I get some of that? I mean, that's a lot. And my greedy side came out for just a second, and he said, I don't want to do this unless, the deal finder gets 5%. Well, that's $500,000 on that particular example. And so, the issue becomes, let's say that there's 20 steps to completion. And so what we're doing with the AI portal is we're requiring the deal finder, the student, to take that project through the first 7 steps. Okay. So if you plug it in and let's say it's a development project, and the AI portal, one of the questions is, do you have utilities there? And if the answer is no, then the AI will pull some videos and give explanations of go here. And we have different apps that we use as well to find that information. So it's up to the student. So in other words, we do some of it for you. The deal finder or student is required to do some of it themselves. And that is the magic combination that I have seen that is successful. But it's amazing because a deal finder is getting instant feedback. Okay, so you plug in information and you get a score immediately. And, so let's say it's 1 through 10. And I can actually show an example here of some of these questions. So let me see if I can share my screen. And okay. All right. So this is, an example here. So general deal information, location, 10 acres, zoning, and you plug in the information and you immediately get a score, and 9 out of 10 is a great score. Okay, so that's one that you go, oh, okay, good. And then the AI portal enables you to move on to the next question. Okay, the financial details, current market value, not explicitly provided, but median properties. Again, so the student or deal finder is putting in the information that they're collecting, and then the AI portal is pulling from government census data going back to the 1800s and pulling, aggregating all of that information and saying, okay, well, right now you're a 7 out of 10 because you're not plugging in the info that I need. So it won't let you move on to the next step unless you've plugged in and received a high enough score with the previous. And, I can go on and on. What I want to do is quickly go through these and show you, you get the SWOT analysis at the end, and then it gives you a recommendation and the next steps. Okay. So this is how people learn a complicated business, you guys. And what happens, again, to use my example, if there's 20 steps to get to completion, the AI portal requires you to go through the first 7 steps, and then we actually step in and take over from that point forward. Okay. That is the power. I have seen real estate fulfillment companies out there, and their whole business model is to say, we will come in and fund your deals. And I knew the owners, and I saw what they were doing was just making the bar so impossibly high that no one ever could get funding because they just said, oh, your deal doesn't measure up. Okay. Now, to me, that is very shady. That is someone who just cares to make a buck as a trainer, and that is not us. This is the first time I know 100% of a company that is like, hey, we have all of these family offices. We have all of these multi-billion-dollar hedge funds like BlackRock saying, let us take your money. Let us deploy our money with you. Let us lend you money. Let us partner with you. So we have way too much money. We need to deploy it all over the country. And we will come in with the funding. We will come in and negotiate the project. And what we do is we tell our students, you can either shadow us throughout this whole project. So now you're learning on a very high level how to do these deals yourself at the very top echelon of financial models with real estate, and you're making money during that process. Okay, now I've seen it both ways with some of our deal finders. I've seen some deal finders that are like me, like I was. I want to learn this business. That is so important to me. I want to know what I'm investing in. I want to have rental units. You guys, that is what got me into real estate investing. So I was kind of a weird kid. When I was like 12 years old, I read Retire Young, Retire Rich by Robert Kiyosaki. And as soon as I learned that concept of mailbox money, I could not let go of it. Okay, so this is a reason that multifamily is so powerful, because this gal that I was just talking about, this deal finder, Kelly is her name. She's going to make $600,000, but also she is saying, I want to shadow this deal. I want to watch how this project happens and transpires and the success of it, because I want to take my 600,000 and go buy a smaller, maybe a 20-unit apartment building, and understand the tools and the trainings that you guys are providing to me on the construction side. And I want to have all of my units in one location. I want to put in very expensive mechanicals, and that way I don't have to worry about, my heater or anything breaking for 30 years. And I want to go travel and enjoy life. And that's what this is about for us. And I know that's what it's about for you guys. The amazing thing is you don't even have to go to the mailbox anymore to get your check. Now I just sit on a beach in Costa Rica and I check my account and I go, great, 30 grand was just deposited into my business account from my rental properties. So I'm going to quickly show you guys a couple of these case studies. Okay. These are actuals, is what we call them. So trust me, I wouldn't dare sit and talk about this stuff unless it was real and verifiable and everything else. So we are in Utah. I don't know exactly where all of you are located. All I know is that Rory was ranting and raving about how talented all of you are and how good you are at what you do and how successful you are. So that's literally the extent of what I know that you guys do, okay? But with this, so let me just, okay, so this is just an example. This one is a potential. We found this ourselves, but if a deal finder would have brought this to us, they would have made 425,000. Okay. So this just kind of talks about the risk mitigation process that we went through. And let's look at another project. Okay. So this is an actual, the land finder made 700,000, and this is on the actual HUD statement. What's really nice about real estate, you guys, is this. Let me just throw this out there. And I do see a couple questions coming in. We'll definitely get to the Q&A. I'll quickly get through this, and then Rory, I'll loop you back in, and we can definitely do some Q&A. I'm excited to share some more of this stuff with you guys. But in this particular example, I always say this is one of my favorite quotes because I am not a rah-rah guy. You guys will learn that about me. I'm not. I am a take action. I just want to talk about taking action. That's all I care to talk about when it comes to business. So one of my favorite quotes is this: self-confidence does not come from staring in the mirror and saying positive affirmations. Self-confidence comes from a stack of documents. Okay. Now that resonates with me because when you actually do a real estate transaction, there is a paper trail. It's called a HUD statement or a settlement statement. And there's proof. And that's why I love real estate, because when you're dealing with the real people, like Austin and like Rory in his lane and what we do, there's a paper trail. There's a reason that everyone in BizOp is begging to work with Rory and begging him to take on their product. So he gets to be, very picky with who he decides to work with. Okay. So going through this, what I want to do now, let's see, one more. This is one, land finder will be 2.5 million, 5% of the 50%. Okay. There are two land finders on this one. They will each get their 2.5 million. You guys, this is real. This is a real thing. This is life-changing money. And in the process, we are taking it to the next level with our development company. So we're extremely excited. All right, I'm going to just quickly pull up the portal itself just to show you guys like a 30,000 foot view. And then I'll loop Rory in, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. All right, so it's actually, it's somewhat basic. We're not designers. We are real estate developers and AI designers and whatnot. So this is the multifamily training portal. And when you go in here, these are the questions. So what we've done is we've built a community, okay? Now, I learned this when I was in the education space, but one-on-one training is really not where it's at. I recognize that, 15 years ago when I first, jumped on the phone and started doing phone coaching. I was like, man, I have these different students that I work with. They all have different problems and projects, and they can learn from each other. It's so much more powerful that way. And so that's how we have built this. And so these are the questions right here. Where is the piece of land you've identified? So you're going to plug in the address. Is the property being listed by a broker? If it's off market, then that's going to give me a higher score, because off market properties typically have a bigger spread. So, the AI is already analyzing all of that. The other thing that the AI is doing, you guys, this is the part that kind of blows my mind. But as we add more and more deal finders to it, and they start plugging in information all over the United States, the AI is evolving and getting smarter and getting more efficient. And so, there's one more thing that I wanted to quickly show you guys, and that is, let me just make sure you guys can see my screen. It looks like you couldn't on that. Okay. So this is the portal. I think I forgot to switch screens. So let me just quickly take you through this. So it just has these questions. Is it currently rented? It's a hotel to multifamily. And once I go through all these questions, it's going to give me a score. And if the score is high, then the deal finder will immediately be reached out by our team. So really, you guys, this is how I would explain it. What Austin is trying to do is he's trying to offset his all the money he's paying on due diligence by not going down the rabbit hole, by having people go out and find deals and submit those, but the AI is vetting it out, sifting through automatically. Okay. So that's the power of that. The last thing I wanted to share with you guys is just to quickly show you how easy it is to find deals right now. And that is because, like I mentioned, we have a massive crisis happening in real estate, specifically in multifamily. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but 25% of multifamily properties are sold seller financed. Okay, now that's crazy. Right now, 25% of all transactions are seller finance. That means that there are just millions of doctors out there that got tired of getting 8% a year in the stock market. They wanted to diversify and put money into multifamily, and they mismanage those because they're not real estate investors. Like I said, 90% of wealthy people make their money or hold their money in real estate. But the key is you have to know how to manage your managers, right? You guys know that all too well with being managers with Rory and the people that are underneath you. And so I wanted to quickly show you on Redfin, if I type in Seattle, Washington, okay, and I go into my filters, okay, and I click on multifamily. So I'm filtering down to only multifamily. Okay, and then I go into these keyword searches and I type in seller financing. Let's see here. So I'm going to be narrowed down to a couple of deals. And this is just one area, you guys. And these types of properties get listed in these areas all the time. Okay. So here's two deals that on the surface, these are really good, multifamily properties that should work, 1.5 million for each of these. Okay. So these are properties that if I'm able to plug these into a portal and quickly narrow down to know if these numbers are going to work, then as long as they look good, Austin takes over. Okay. So, this is one area I can do this all over the country. And if I hit save search, look what this says, you guys. Email notifications, I can put instantly. Okay. So I'm going to put never just to not do this. But look at that. Within 5 seconds, I set up a cert. I can do this in every city in the United States. And while I'm traveling, while I'm sleeping, these potential deals are coming in. And that's just one way of finding potential deals right now. You guys, there are hundreds and hundreds of ways for doing it right now. It is extremely prevalent, and there's a million other business models I could go into. But again, you guys, it's not finding the deals. It's being able to separate out the hundreds of deals down to the 5 that make sense, and our deal finders are making life-changing money on those. So, Rory, that's what I had to cover. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has, and just really grateful for the time and to meet all of you.
We're not gonna do a Q&A right now. Let me go back to our little view here. Let's see. Oh, I gotta do manual. This is why I want you guys to hear this, because and I'm gonna cover a few things here. So we go here, Dustin, Rory. Oh, and then you can stop your share unless you want to show me where it's on there. We can be. This is actually a fun way to kind of do it too, right? All right. So Dustin, we're gonna have a lot of Q&A. And I think we do that almost as a separate time, but we have something I think is even better than the Q&A. and I'm gonna go ahead and do this because you guys said we could, so I'm gonna run with this. They have a training event. So this is okay, you guys. They have a training event coming up, and I'm gonna tell you something. If this is, and I'm gonna make sure you guys fully kind of gravitate towards this. Because what we have at RRR247 in our lead process and our ability to market, that's our value, right? That's the value we offer the world, right? And we want to pick the right things to do that with. So we've picked this because of what it is. Now, again, it's got to be educated. I mean, Dustin just went over some stuff right here, and I know everybody's kind of going like, "This is huge." Well, it is huge, but also they do a full-on training on how all this stuff works and how it ties in. They do it in a 2-day event. So here's the process, you guys. Our role as RRR247 is to get butts into seats that are interested in a real estate direction to go show up for a free preview. It's a 90-minute preview. And then they go from that 90-minute preview to a training event, which is a 2-day training event, right? So you guys have kind of got a preview today. Dustin, it's not exactly the same way you do the previews, but that's kind of a preview, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you guys all got that preview today. So I want as many to go. If you guys are interested in the marketing of this, or like, here's the thing. I'm going to spell this out. Like, why are we doing it like this? Where does this come from? Because I know on the outside looking in, if you're not part of what we've been doing RRR for a long time, this is like, wait, this isn't our focus. We market things, but it is our focus. We market, right? And we already have this incredible lead process to get in front of the right people that they're looking for. It's really a sweet fit. So before we go into Q&A on any of this stuff, because you should have a lot of questions, you guys know how to ask the questions. They offered to have you guys come to their 12th and 13th, which is next weekend. They're doing what do you guys call it, like a master class? Right. I know I keep asking what you guys call it. So you guys, our job as RRR247 is to get people interested, get them to register for the preview, and then they go to the preview and they take them from the preview to the class, the master class. That's their job. Right now we're getting compensated in the marketing setup for them going to the master class, right? And we also get compensated on additional things, right? And that's what our role is. But our main focus as RRR is to get butts in seats and let them go through the preview, and they're going to see that preview, and pretty much people are going to be like, yeah, this is huge. Let's see what this is, right? And then they go into the program, which is $497. $497 basically to pay for. I mean, it's you guys. Typically in the education space of real estate, this is like a $5,000 thing. They're there for 2 solid days. You guys go, like, they're mountain time, so you guys go like 9 to 5, right? 2 days in a row, 9 to 5.
That's right.
Yes, all day.
And that way they can educate people on what that is. Okay. Now I'm working on some stuff with that because I mean that's marketing, right? What is marketing? It's the explanation and education, the conveyance of an idea. Well, their idea comes with solutions and this incredible stuff with AI. We're going to talk more about it throughout the day, guys, because I got a lot of notes I want to share with you. But they agreed to let you guys come in to see it. They got their speakers there. They got the trainers there. And it's going to be intense, right? And you guys will still be doing our training like normal on Saturday because we have a lot of new people. But those that go to this will obviously, it's 9 to 5, Saturday and Sunday. And they have one coming up. Now, I want as much of our leadership to understand this, mainly because I know you guys are like me. If we're not in on it, why would I want to share it with anybody else? I know that we fund the marketing. We have this incredible thing that we do, but I want you guys to be behind it because if we're all manifesting directly with the knowledge that this is really awesome, this is going to help a lot of people, and we actually know that, we're going to do a better job, right? We're going to be part of that. The other thing about this, and I'll go on my taste, is, we're here trying to create marketing millionaires. And the one thing about creating the money is great. How do you maintain that? You got to create more cash flow. Like the reason why we even have RRR247 is because we were very blessed and we were able to make very sound investments to help the future happen. If we wouldn't have done that, there wouldn't have been, you have to create more cash flow always. You've got to find a way to create more cash flow. And having real estate in your portfolio, like I've done really bad decisions in real estate, and I've done some really good ones, and I've watched where this has gone, and I've always tried to keep a beat in real estate. You guys, there is no one you know, not one single person you know that is very wealthy that doesn't have something tied to real estate. And a lot of them aren't in what you would think they were in. They found some niche, took advantage of that niche, and it was an opportune time. And a lot of them, what they did, you can't redo today because the odds are it's not going that way again. So I'm just gonna put this out there, right? Because I got a lot of great mentors, and I had mentors that the one thing they couldn't pass on, they're like, Rory, we got part of this big development, and I mean, we're making like $1 million a year just in our pocket from this thing that we did. And I said, oh my gosh, how do I do that? You can't. There's not another property like this. There's not another situation like this. He's like, but you got to keep your eye out, right? So I've always kept my eye out, and you look for things. And Jim and I, we have a whole real estate side of what we do. All right, and keep our eye out, be part of stuff. And it was that for years that created the relationships that created this. This didn't happen, but you guys, they also know because of Jim and what we do here. They know what we do here. They've been watching us, right? And they wanted to know who we were, how we like. Because you guys, there's no one like us, right? So and we're talking. They're like, you guys are the right people. Like I like what you guys are doing here. You're in there in the training, and so all this evolved. But I want you guys to understand, this is something that I want to make available for anybody that wants to run with it. When you're trying to make really good money in the stuff that we do, and you're making money in marketing, I don't want to hold back. If it's something I would do, I want you to know how to do it. I don't want to have all these little secrets and stuff that I did really well with and ha ha ha. No, I want you guys, it's a sharing world. There is so much overabundance. And the thing about it is everybody that's part of this project, they want to, guys, they truly are creating something that can benefit a lot of people, not just make this core top thing rich and go through all here. And I'll tell you one of the biggest questions anybody should have, right? And I hope I've trained you guys all on this right, because of the way people usually do marketing projects is, I think, just wrong. Why, if it was so good, right? It's like RRR, right? If it's so good, why aren't you just doing it yourself? Why would you share this with anybody else? And that is the best question to answer or ask, because almost everything out there, they're just charging you to train you on something that may or may not work, or something that's going to have so much busy work that you just get self-defeated. That's actually their business model. And we don't like that. It's a very lack of integrity completely. And you go through it all. So like, why would they want to do that? Well, they are doing their own deals. They are looking for stuff all the time. But I don't know if Dustin emphasized this enough. There are so many out.
Rory, you got muted.
Am I saying too much? Is that what happened? Who got me? Niall? all the cities around the world, right? Okay, and you just focus on US. There is this incredible timing of issues. And those who solve those issues are going to get paid a lot of money. These guys know the issues there. They just explained it. And that's why the timing on this is amazing. Now, there's others out there, right? You guys, everybody here that's going to say multifamily, say it 3 times and watch Google feed you stuff, right? And you guys, I've done it. And I've looked at everything out there, and I've looked at everybody's stuff that they're marketing. And I get like why they do it, but they don't have these tools, and they don't have this funding solution. They have other things that are out there, but they're looking for the cherriest of deals. They're trying to pick apart the very top percentage, which anybody can win on. Well, that sounds great in any one of the workbook. This group has it set up to where they know what they can take, and they want to take all of that in that parameter, and there's a lot to help people with. And I just want to let you guys know that's what this is. And I'll tell you, these same guys, after we go through here, we see where multifamily go. I am convinced we're going to come up with the next niche and the next niche and the next niche, because it's in their blood. That's who they are. They know this stuff, right? They know this real estate area. They're experts in it, right? I'm not. I'm a marketing expert, and I understand what we got to do to drive this stuff there. And I'm not going to tie myself to anything that I don't fully back up. Just don't. I see what this is. I know where it's going, and I'm like, hey, this can really help our community. And some people aren't going to be ready for this yet. It's that taste thing I talk about all the time. Some people are going to be like, oh, I don't know about real estate. I don't know anybody in my family that's done real estate. That's okay. Get educated on it. And when everything else is starting to pop, maybe you're going to be like, okay, I believe in myself. I see where this is going. I know these guys got my back. You're going to be hearing all this stuff, and it's about awareness, right? I don't know what the time frame is on this. I know I brought this up with Dustin earlier in another conversation, but this multifamily niche, I don't know how long it's going to last, right? I'm definitely not an expert, and I can't like foresee it, but it's right now, it's prime. It's really where things are at, and there's a lot of focus on this, right? That they know it. So there's a lot of indicators where to go and what to look at, and I don't know, Dustin, if you explain, like, when people get these deals and get going, they don't have any personal liability at all.
Oh, no, not at all. However, ability, so typically these are structured as a syndication where you'll have a general partner and a limited partner. And so, they would come in as just a revenue share on the profitability, no liability, unless you own 10% or more of an LLC. You don't personally guarantee anything. And so, typically with this, and this was important for Austin. You are on the operating agreement of the LLC. Okay, so it's not just like, hey, these are IOUs. These are just as good as money. It's not like that. Your LLC, or if you want to do it personally, I recommend, an S corp or a C corp that owns an LLC that has ownership, all that structure. I'm sure you guys have that, but that will be on the operating agreement of the LLC. You'll have some shares, but not enough for liability. But you are on the operating agreement that is on the settlement statement. So 100%, it's and that's actually a big deal, because like I said, when you have a track record of 3 successful projects, now you're able to go out and start getting some of these private money programs, these syndications. You can approach some accommodators and say, hey, I have a good project here myself. So if you found one and you had the cash and you wanted to put it in and you wanted to use some leverage yourself, eventually you can do that. We're fine with that. We understand that's the cost of doing business, of training people, is at some point they could be in a position to do it themselves. We're totally fine with that. But you're able to go to these 1031 exchange accommodators and say, hey, I'm putting in a little bit of my own money, but I'm also syndicating this. I'm looking for 10 million. And they go, yeah, that'll take me about 5 minutes to put that together. Once you have a real deal, which is what we'll be able to teach people how to do. So
That was way more than I was going to have you cover, which is awesome, right? But guys, here's the thing, right? Is corporate structure. These are all things that I've always told you guys. We're teaching, we're supplying. I mean, we got Jim in house that handles a lot of this structure. Jim's that's his expertise. And the thing about it is these are all big steps to take anybody through. And what we get to do, guys, I'm so glad that this is attracted to us, because I've always said that I want to bring up this community and give them access to wealth that they would never have gotten in their own environment, and create this massive way to share this. Because here's the problem, right? This, as great as this program is, Dustin, Shane, and everybody behind Austin, they need help to get the word out because it doesn't sell itself, right? There's not people waking up today going, I need to call Dustin because he's got that solution I need and it can set my family up. They don't do that. Right. And again, you guys, there's so many layers of education to do anything like this, right? It's not super easy that everyone can do it. In fact, real estate scares most people. I got to tell you, I've done a lot of lead gen in real estate, lots. And one of the key indicators we have was, people are, they know that real estate's real, right? And they know it's part of everything. And usually the biggest real estate purchase everybody makes is their family home. That's it, right? There's a very small percentage that's investing in, rentals and things. And, the Airbnb thing has been like a crazy time and a thing that goes on. It's set up its own thing. And there are people that are doing that with intense risk. Like intense risk. Like, you guys, I know real estate investors that are like, Rory, that is for idiots. Anybody investing in Airbnb is an idiot, and they're getting lots of them. Okay? I don't invest in Airbnbs. In fact, after there's those pristine situations that you get the right location. It's always booked with the right type of people. That's like the upper percentage of a percentage. All the problems that I see in here, it's like, it's there, whatever. I wanted to bring this up there because the way they set this up there, again, everybody can get going in this with the education, knowing they have something to fund the deal and help find the deal. They can learn along the way, right? You can get that expertise along the way. You guys, AI, we're going to talk about a lot today. Those who are using it are going to win. Right? Those who aren't using it and they're like, oh, we've never needed that. And that's just they're going to lose. I'm going to remind everybody, every industry is going to be utilizing AI for those that are going to adapt to stay around. Every one of them. It's just efficiencies. I remember when the internet came out. Well, it was created in 74. I always like to put that out there because that's when I was born. It seems fitting. It didn't really hit usability until 1994, 20 years later. Okay. And that's because we didn't have the computers to even access it. We didn't have any devices really to do that. Home computers were put out there so that they could get the masses on. A lot of things had to happen. And then you had to deploy and get people to learn what a computer was in their house and how to utilize. All sorts of things took time for it to turn into where it is today. All right. This AI, and I always tell everybody, I don't really call it artificial intelligence. I think it's just better programming and it figures things out. It's not really like an intelligence source. It's just better computing. Okay. I always say that out there because I just think one day when my words come back and they hear me say artificial intelligence, I want everybody to know that I never really thought this is true artificial intelligence. They should call it something else. I just want to be on that side of it. Because when the true artificial intelligence comes and wipes us all out or whatever it does, that's the true artificial intelligence. Okay, so as we're developing all this stuff and going out there, these guys were already seeing that too, and they spent the fortunes to build it. Okay, now they're exercising it to do massive improvements in a space that is going to be competitive because there's so much money in it. Where there's money, there's going to be competition. Welcome to good old capitalism, right? And these guys know what they have, but as great as it is, they still got to get the word out. They still got to get people to see it. And that's where we come in. And I want you guys to understand what it is so you understand why we're so behind it and go on there. So we go from a butt in the seat to a preview, which you guys got a killer preview today. All right. And we got the previews, and then they got the 2-day event. So the 2-day event's $497. Again, it's like a tenth of what competition sells stuff like this for. I get it. These guys just want everybody. They want exposure. They want people to understand it. People with interest. They don't need they don't need to vet people out and say, "Oh, you've got millions of dollars you can invest. Great, you're good for us." They don't need that. So let me just kind of throw a little bit more of surface level understanding that I want you to have, right? So I want you guys to understand it, just so you know, when we're writing about it, talking about it, and putting this stuff out there, you feel like you have that experience. So anybody that wants to attend that, I'm going to give you guys the link, and I'm going to give you the RRR247, and it's all caps. That's the coupon code. Okay. We're still paying commissions out on this to everybody because that's what we do. Right. And so anybody in our teams, you guys, that whole economic process at RRR is always going to be intact. But you guys are going to get $300 off the $497. So you're basically it's paying the bare minimum they need to run this and pay our commissions out, because we're going to pay the commissions out. So it's not going to happen again. All right. It's because we're launching this. I need understanding. After this, we're going to have lots of people that get to learn it. We're going to be training on it, what we need to train on, but this will jumpstart our learning curve. Also, I know that there's a lot of us here that have no real estate understanding. I don't need you to know everything about real estate. I just need you to know why this program is as good as it is, what it does, which in that 2-day boot camp or that master class, I mean, to me, it's like a boot camp. That's freaking serious time to learn all this stuff. That's what's going to happen. So coupon code is just capital RRR247. Think about it, go through it, whatever. I'm going to close it off, Dustin. I'm going to ask if we could just have till Tuesday. I have a lot of people that couldn't come this because of the 4th of July, but they'll be on our Tuesday training, and I don't want to leave them out. I was going through, there's like 30 that I thought would be here, but I know that it's the 4th of July. So if we can extend it through Tuesday, I'm putting you on the spot here. It's going to happen that weekend. Is that okay with you?
Yes, I am. I am flying to a real estate auction on Tuesday. So
I
that.
don't need you there for this. I just need you to give me a coupon is all.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, Rory.
I don't
thought
need you
were
on
asking me
Tuesday.
to come and help again.
Yeah, we'll convey the message. I'll touch base it on Tuesday. They can go back and watch this that night.
Great. Absolutely. Yes. I already spoke with the team, and yes, extended till Tuesday is okay.
Thank you. I didn't have that before, and I hate putting anybody on the spot, but I just know that because of the holiday.
Okay.
And I don't. You don't have to go. Like you're not gonna hurt my feelings if you don't go. I just know that you don't understand it, and I'm gonna try to catch as much of it as I can. Just it's short notice, but I got to tell you guys, and this is why we say don't miss the Tuesday, don't miss the Saturday. Things come along that are timing based that make us a lot of money because we acted on them correctly. And this is one of those, right? And we're going to have people that miss today. We're going to have people that miss Tuesday, and they're going to have to just go through the normal process. That anybody can go the normal process. But, I want to make sure everybody knows it sooner than not, because I want you guys to know why we added this as a specific target to our PBS Vortex. And we're going to go into more of that. Dustin, I'll have you come back on. We can do a Q&A after everybody attends that. I want to spawn the conversation still, because we're doing that. But yes. I know that when they watch that and they attend that, it's on Zoom, guys. You guys do it from the company. You can throw it up on the Zoom meeting. You'll get the link before that. I also, you guys, I'm making you guys. We are in development with them on the training process and all that, how that goes. So I'm going to tell you guys, we're going to be doing some things to make this just pop for how we market. To me, it's all about awareness. The amount of people that want to get something in real estate, they'll listen on it. Like if I could be at a dinner meeting, and if someone brings up prop raiser deal, like a lot of keen people, you can know they're keen because they'll perk up and listen. Because just like I said, people are always on the hey, what's going on? What can I get in on? Because and this is what we're reaching out to, right? And so when we're marketing to people that want to make money online. Now, guys, there's a broad spectrum of this, and this is where I was trying to go before we started here. So I'm going to go into it right now. It's good just to cover. Is we know that there's about 4 or 5% that are really business knowledge, business mindset. Business mindset people tend to have a lot more knowledge, and oddly enough, a lot of them have real estate background. So we already have that in our lead mix. Then we got 95% that breaks down to all other understandings and things, right? We got people that are just, I mean, they should have been looking for us a year ago. They can't rub two nickels together. They've been taught bad choices. They do bad choices, but at least they're looking for a better choice. And I want to help them so bad, right? So we do that. Then we have all the stuff above that that graduates above it. But here's what I know is if people aren't aware of something, they can't act on it, right? Because nothing sells itself. So we make this available in the whole course of our actions to go out there. And what you may not know, right, is that we don't know who they know or who they're in touch with. We might have somebody that is just really down in their luck. And I'm just going to throw out some, I call them the marketing what ifs because they're very real. And the only what if about it is what if I didn't send that message out, would this have happened? Goes like this. And it all goes to that whole manifestation stuff. It all goes into positive effect of what it is. I might send this out there and John doesn't have a lot going on, but his uncle is like a real estate guru and he talks to his uncle and his uncle's like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And decides to help him with this, partner with this to help run this. And it changes both their lives a lot because of that message we put out. That times a gazillion scenarios can happen with something like this. And it's just getting it out there. Like there's so many people out there that will absolutely do this. They just don't know it exists. And there's not a way to get it out to them other than a distribution stuff like what we do. So I just want to understand where that value of that comes in overall. And I mean, Dustin, how many projects are available out there? Would you say, if you had to guess, how many are available out there that would be like ideal for this? Is it 1 million projects? Is it 100,000 projects?
1 million project, really. Yeah. You know, the thing is that our team comes and we are really excited to work with your managers. And the one thing that we're doing at this event is for everyone who attends, we're going to provide some of our own internal softwares and contracts and templates and a lot of the tools that we use. We're going to share those with everyone so that they can get very educated to help all the people that they're helping. So it's going to be huge for the people that attend. Absolutely.
A fun niche. All right, Dustin, I'm gonna have you come on after the 12th and 13th. We'll schedule a time, then come on. We'll do some Q&A. How's that?
Sounds good. I look forward to it.
And that way we'll like have these everybody can get a little more educated on it. So the questions they ask, because then they can ask questions and people can hear the answers for those that didn't attend. They can kind of like, now they're going to be like, why didn't I go to that? But I want to make sure we get that knowledge so we can all put it out there. Because you guys, the way we market the stuff we're doing, the way we convey it, the keywords we're going to write on, all those things, articles we haven't even created yet are going to come from the knowledge that we're going to get on the 12th and the 13th, or anybody attending the other ones, right? This is something we're doing ongoing, but the one for this weekend, they've agreed to us getting in on this at bare minimum cost so that it's the value's there. And I'm good about that energy. I appreciate you guys doing this, but don't expect it again, because it's not right. I mean, they're teaching a lot, and this knowledge is so it's impacting, right? But also I like the fact that even those that feel like can't take advantage of everything here, you're aware of why we do this stuff. And also the number one thing that I want out of this for the masses here is now you see why I want you to get to work. Now you see why we're like, get that cash flow coming in, because once you cover your nuts, once your living expenses are covered, now you can look at how do I secure my future? How do I secure the legacy of my family? How do I get in the right type of investments and grow outside of what my knowledge is now? How do I expand that? And that's absolutely something I want you guys to see. And it's all part of that taste we cover all the time, because, we're going to make a lot of money doing our stuff right. Well, I want you making so much money that you can invest in other things and make even more money, because the more affluence you have, the better it is for your generations to come. And if you're not building for legacy, why are we working so hard? Why are we working so hard? And the things that we're seeing, the stuff that we can lead to our grandkids and our great grandkids. I mean, the technology alone, the internet we'll call it AI. Again, for the record, I don't call it AI, but I don't know what else to call it. But all these innovations we're seeing in technology gives anyone willing to jump in, learn, and take advantage of it the advantage to become wealthy, apart from like old money or any other old, like anybody can get into it. The internet was the absolute beginning of equalization of access for everybody. And you see it with our ability to be the digital printing press, our abilities to distribute information, get out there. All this is because of technology. And this is just another example of technology being used to open it up to anyone willing to learn and dive into it. Crazy awesome. All right. Thanks, Dustin. I'm going to, you guys, I wasn't planning on this today. Some things opened up when we were discussing, we were on the leads. And I'm glad that Dustin, thank you so much for changing your schedule around to do this today with us. Now we'll get back to our regular scheduled PBS cleanup. Let me put this link out there. Everybody here is already in the system. We have a share that we're sharing our CRM process because guys, this is big for us, right? Let me get that link. I'm going to share it. I'm going to share it in the system right now. I'm going to share it in the chat. Again, the coupon. All right. Now, just so you know, you get set up. We already know the dates. It's the 12th and the 13th. You'll be emailed the access for that. Okay. And because of the way we're doing it here, that'll be manual. You'll get it like in the next couple days. Just know it's the 12th and 13th. And I'll put 11 a.m. Eastern till 7 p.m. Eastern. Zoom meeting and pass to be sent early next week. And we are going to validate that everybody's in triple R and period. Like it's only for us, right? And again, we're marketing this, we're pushing this stuff out there. And then you guys, and then we're gonna have a lot of information to share from that, even more on this. What Dustin just did today on that preview, that's a lot to take in. So I tell you guys, take notes. Fortunately for us, we have it recorded. We can go back. We're gonna build our own information stuff on this to share because guys, we can help. Like I brought this up there, millions of properties. There's over 1 million properties like that we could talk like this. Well, that could help 1 million people with each one. You know, we can help tens of thousands of people with this, I guess, is what I'm saying. There's a big reach in the niche time we have. And who knows what else this will drive and present and connect us with. All right. Thank you so much, Dustin. All right. Let me go back to we got to go do some cleanup. All right. I see I got Dina on here. I should put somebody on the spot really quick. You guys, you never know what's going to come on the Tuesday, Saturdays. I think you guys have learned that by now. And you see why they say don't miss it. Like the opportunities we get to share. And you guys, I got to bring something up. And Niall, I always like to bring you on here just mainly for credibility because you've heard me say all this stuff. Niall, can you join me for a sec? I'm gonna do something really quick. Hold on. I'm gonna do this.
Can't hear you now.
I should bring your awesome wife on too. And then I'm gonna get back to a lot of the work we got to do. Like this was who else should I pick on here? I don't know if you're available, Melissa, to be on camera. I know you're here, but oh, let's see. I'm gonna bring Chris Babb on if he can be on camera. So we'll see if they can be on camera. Okay, Chris, we're all on camera. Maybe Melissa, if you're available, great. If not, it's okay. I always like to bring you on too because we work all the time. So Niall, Dina, you guys, you know, we've always we're best friends. We've hung out a lot, and so you guys see where the direction is going. But all along, when we've been building RRR247, I told you I wanted to build this massive distribution system to market the right things and like endless possibilities. And we had those conversations in the 90s where I'm like, man, I can never just focus on one thing. It doesn't make sense to me. Remember this?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep, can hear you now.
Okay.
And I I gotta tell you, when we launched the PBS Vortex and I got all my little tools that I could go do the stuff with, and the vision was coming there, and I didn't know what technology was going to be needed to do it all. I just knew that if we just kept building and built the people up and did the training, we could do all this stuff. But now we're here, we're seeing the stuff that's there, and guys, we can add the right things anytime that makes sense for us now. So Niall, how long have you heard me being saying like we're gonna find the right stuff to add to this distribution? It's gonna change everything.
Well, 2 points to that. Forever. Most of, all of your adult life. And I remember a conversation about 25 years ago. It's difficult to make $50,000 a month in one thing. Not everybody can do it. So I want to find 50 things where people can make $1,000 a month each. That's equals 50,000 a month. And I said, he's cuckoo. But then I thought about that and slept on it and got up the next day and I went, wow. And then that gave birth to what we're doing today, I think. And it's funny that we've been talking about real estate so much for the last 6 months.
Here's the thing, right? Is you guys, and I know it's going to make more and more sense to come. Melissa, how long have you been hearing about me talking about, hey, we're opening up distribution. We can add whatever we want. It's not letting you unmute. Oh, do you know what? Hold on. I guess it would.
I got it. I got it for you.
And Chris.
I'd say since the beginning of time, forever.
Yeah.
It's grown and changed the entire almost 9 years I've been here. So, yeah.
I just wanted to have a reflection, right? That MCRC, right? I already manifest we're going to get it. I already claim it. I know I receive it. I know we're worthy of it. And then I like to celebrate it. And that's really what we're doing here. We're just having a quick celebration. Let's see. Chris,
Yes, sir.
are you a GSI or PSI?
PSI.
That's what I thought. Okay, making sure. So I'll bring you on as a PSI voice. And I'm glad you're back in here, even though you're like technically in a honeymoon state, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. So, I just wanted to like you've been like with us for years, but same thing, right? I've talked
Absolutely.
about distribution. I've talked about how we were able to roll stuff out, and I don't know. I just feel like we're starting to see like bigger. I mean, there's not much bigger than like a real estate thing,
Right.
and we're seeing this technology side collide. But no matter how big it is, they got to get the word out.
Sure.
So, do you have anything you want to input as a PSI panelist here?
I'm excited to see this coming. I mean, it's you know, Jenny and I are ready to get rolling with this. So
So I want everybody to understand, because you guys, I'm not saying everybody jump into this and get going.
Yeah.
I want understanding of it, because you guys, our job is to market with our leads. Okay, right. So Tanya and I fund the leads. You guys claim 100 at a time to work, and then you get to present them the series of stuff, right? So we're going through the PBS first, of course. That's why we're here. But then those that don't understand that and see it, we're going to give them things that make sense that they can start with. Now, I told you guys there always would be a way to like cross market, work with it, go forward on it. The information is going to be tied that way. And the way I see it, and I think I'm pretty on, is we're going to find people that are going to start saying, oh my gosh, this is part of these guys. These guys are real. And we're going to get a lot more business minded people to jump in and help us spread this out as well. Like, you guys, the Triple R works so well because we have people that are business minded that also want to give back, jump in and help us. I want anyone that comes in, call it the Triple R247 web. They land here. I want them to be fed with understanding, giving them everything they can to succeed, and then change their entire life to change generations of their life. And we can do that with the right things. We can do that being in the right place at the right time, and having a way to teach it and train it. And that's what we get to do here. And that's always been the direction here. And Chris, you've been here for years. Has it ever not been that?
No, it has never not been that.
All right. So thank you guys. I just wanted to celebrate a little bit here, because it's like, I hear him rolling it out there. I'm just like going, man, if we built it properly, we can do whatever we want. And this thing is just coming together. And I wanted to just lay out something, and somehow I'm gonna train on it more, of course. But we get those leads, right? You put 100 in a week, and I say a week. If you can do more, great. But if you do it consistently, you're going to get the results better. Lack of consistency is like, it's just detrimental to a business success. You've got to be putting into it, right? If you don't water your plants, they die. Right? If you don't water your grass, it goes dead. If you don't put gas in your car, you can't keep driving. Right? All these things, about you had to be consistently fueling it or giving it what it needs, right? So 100 leads in your PBS Vortex every week, a certain percentage of those are going to respond. We get to go forward with them. And then the rest that don't respond, well, we know that they came in, they spent a lot of time to become a lead, and then we send them something else. We're going to see a percentage of those go into this process. We're going to see another percentage go into this process. We're going to see another percentage as we go down, and it just becomes like this funnel of effect that we get to gain from the same expense of that lead up here. And we're growing our teams. Well, every time we grow our PBS team, now as many people as we have that are doing 100 a week, now our team reach through leverage is 200 a week, 300 a week, 400 a week, 1,000 a week, 2,000 a week. And then that keeps going down, and we keep duplicating and growing. And it becomes one of those problems that I want, where you guys are saying, Rory, we need more leads. You guys have never said that to me once in all these years. And I would like to be in that position to do it. So obviously I got a plan in place to where you guys max me out there. We just turn it up. And then we have all these people we're churning and we're going through, and we're going to figure out how to properly connect, move them along, and get awareness out there, all the stuff that we're doing, and add more stuff. And you guys, we got some other projects that we're going to be adding to this mix. And at the same time, every single person we're reaching out to can benefit from anything we have. It's just, where are they at? What are they ready for? And then also we're just getting the word out. We're just getting the word out, guys. So let's go back to clean up some pages. And I want you guys at the end of just think this out. Like, wow, I don't know if I'm ready. Like, guys, we have to understand what we're doing. We got to believe in what we're doing. We got to be always integrity at the top, period. That's no exception. But we don't want to be opposed to helping people make a lot of money. That's exactly what we want to happen. And the because of how we do things created this opportunity. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have it. And I'm looking at this as there's a reason it came to us now. There's a reason everything falls into place. We couldn't do this without the PBS Vortex. We would just be doing blogging pages and not near as effective. By the way, if I'll stress this, if you don't have your PBS up to speed with Google AdSense, make sure you're working on that. But if you aren't getting Google AdSense, the number one reason is going to be lack of traffic. There's no chicken and the egg with Google. Do you know what they care about more than anything? Traffic. Traffic. There's not eyeballs. They don't care. Your site can be built so well, everything's in place and no traffic. They don't want to risk it with you. Why should they? If other people aren't going to see it, why should they turn everything on, have another thing to worry about that's not having people look at it? There's no chicken and egg. Traffic needs to come first. This is why we prime the pump. This is why we post ads. This is why we do social media. This is why we press things out there. And we want validated traffic. Okay? So, when we are sending people to the various things, we're validating traffic. So if your PBS is built, everything is done. You've done step 1, you've done step 2, you've done step 3, you've done step 4, and you've applied for Google AdSense and you don't have it, well, you better be doing your V-marketing and getting direct traffic to it, posting ads, doing all the things we can, and it's just a matter of time before it starts to pop. And then we're going to get there. If you have a lot of traffic, Google's going to take it, they're going to look at it, and they might be a little bit more lenient with more traffic. When I say might, I bet on it every time. So do it the way we teach it. You guys, it's solid. I don't control when they turn people on, but I can tell you this. When they say no and someone doesn't have a lot of traffic, I know that's definitely a factor. Okay. I have a lot to do and we only got a couple hours and this day's flying by. You guys, I think that was important for me to bring that on today. That wasn't part of the plan and move on it. I'm also going to put this out there. When we're marketing this, and I'm working on some numbers there, these guys have already said like the right things always. I mean, they love what we're doing, what we're about, and they'll come on and help educate us on this, so, go forward on it. And I truly hope that we have family members here that can take advantage of this and do that. But we might know somebody. So let me just spell out the process here. So remember, we're marketing this to the PBS Vortex leads. That's my number one focus. Once we get that honed in, we'll look at expanding it for the keywords, and we need to do that. We need to maybe make a couple changes on how that comes in so we get credit for it. I have a way to refer and know where it's at. So keyword is going to take a while for us to kick in on, and I'll have a solution in due time. And I'm hoping that I can do it a different way. Like we're playing with some things. That being said, if you have somebody that you know that this is a good thing for and they're not in our system, what do? You add them as a lead, make them a customer to you in your CRM. And you can just make them a community member. They don't need to get all the other stuff that we sent. Make them a community member, and then you can send them through so you get credit. And you guys, they have their marketing expenses set up, right? We're getting the entire enchilada in RRR247. We're doing the process the way we do it. They see our value. And I want to really capitalize on that because I know there's a lot of people out there that are keen on real estate that want to know where that next thing is, and we get to get exposure to them. And I'm hoping we can also grow them in other avenues of what we're doing here. The power of circular marketing is, it's why we've done so well. And you guys, if we can make more money on the same cost of lead generation in the things that we market, we should. And this is all in that direction. All right. Dina,
Question,
Yes, sir.
that billing page, is that going through you?
of course it is.
Okay, good. If somebody was getting a timeout error, but it went through 3 times, two are gonna fall off, right? Just want you to verify that.
Well,
We got
so
we
good
got
thing
people
is-
buying it already, and one
So-
of them was having timeout errors.
So let me run something by you.
Yeah,
Okay. Not now. You know I'm a control freak.
yeah. I seen the blue and white, and I knew it was you. I just wanted to verify it for
Yeah.
them.
So when I was working with Jim on this project, I had a couple of things. One of them was I need to make sure that tracking's in place fully. I need to go through all this stuff. They had another team, and I said, I need to take the whole thing over and do it my way. And that's what we do. It's my way. So it's not, I mean, so yes. And you know my work well. What works, we go forward with it. And it's there. I mean, I created the coupon code on the spot because I can, but yeah, it's all our stuff. And I'll tell you, like the way the training is presented, the follow-up training, all that stuff is under our guys as well. In real estate, we market. We're putting our heads together to do it right. And I just love the opportunities we get to get with this. But man, it's pretty cool stuff.
It's
But
big.
again,
Real estate's beautiful.
we always
talked
talk about
it for like 10 years, probably, but a lot for the last 6 months. So I don't know if it was manifested that way or
Yeah. So
they heard you.
we talk about real estate all the time because you're like, hey, where do we want to really grow up, right? Where do you want to live, sit down, and you want to get into the side, and I look at land deals again. I'm always looking for like, what is that niche that's going on? And I know I've talked to you about several little key things and stuff that I'm seeing, and when we're discussing things, but I'll tell you,
You just
nothing is.
isolated the friction point. Where do we want to live when we grow up? We don't want to grow up.
Is that what it
So
is?
that's why we haven't got that spot yet. That's it. Forever young. That was good, cuz, huh?
Yeah. All right. So Dina, I meant to ask you this too, right? Because you you came into our community in an awesome thing, and then you married into the whole process of stuff with Niall, and Tanya and stuff. But I mean, what we do, what we say we're doing. I mean, what's your take on it?
I think this is a fantastic opportunity. Some of us have never dreamt of getting in real estate. Or maybe I have way in the back of my head because I can see it's a big market and a big opportunity. So I'm excited for it.
So I'm gonna but again on the distribution side, and you guys, here's the thing. So I've said this so many times, marketers get perks. Marketers get perks, and our perk here is we get to learn this stuff without, I mean, really with a very small investment of our it's mainly our time to learn it. We're gonna learn how this thing operates. You guys are gonna see where the bigger side of the stuff is. And the education that they're giving us, it's a two-way street. The more we know, we can represent it properly. Also, the more we know, the more some of us can take advantage of it, or the teams we get to take advantage of it. And I hope you guys all see like where I focus my time is the more team members we have in RRR247, the better our reach will be for anything we add. Right? We're building the distribution. The distribution allows us to create bigger and bigger opportunities. And I know that, and I'll say this opportunity is going to skip by a lot of people. It just does. All opportunities do. People aren't there to get them. However, those that are in the seat here at RRR247 that are showing up and learning, we're going to have other things come. you learning and growing and adapting from where you are today to where you become tomorrow just makes you more able to take advantage of that. And, I didn't know this opportunity was going to be ready like it is a year ago. I've been watching this happen for months and knew what they were doing and watching them get all the AI stuff done and ready and I was excited about what it meant. And then to actually see it and watch these guys do what they've done and, have Jim report back to me. Um, all the legal side of things has been done by Jim on this stuff, guys. Just in case you wondered, like, how close is this to the vest? That's pretty close to the vest. And he specifically said this opportunity belongs to Triple R247. You guys can do something with it. I know it, and they put a lot of work in it. And you guys, I agree. I agree because what we're focused on is our marketing. So we'll go back to the multifamily page. Here, I'm gonna go to this. Thank you guys. I just want to chime in and have some celebration, like, right? Because it's like, pass around some high fives. Let's go to work. Um, and and also like let's scope this in so you guys understand. Like we do things differently. This isn't like, okay, our focus is all real estate. No, no, this is in addition to everything else you do in a circular motion. We've added this to our offering.
We got it. It's another ticket to get a seat on the bus. You got to use your ticket, get on the bus. Every offer is another ticket to get on that bus. I like that better than SWAT.
Well, if
I like that.
if we really you could call it that. I think it's just another doorway into the same marketing house we're building.
Yeah, yeah. I like that bus analogy. It's kind of trendy.
Maybe I think I use it because that seat on the bus makes sense, but also I
Mhm.
like buses personally. I like private transportation. I like
Okay,
cushy.
since you put it that way.
I guess that's where I hesitate on it. But yeah, it's because I like again, it's another doorway into what we do here. And also again, percentage wise. So like if we have 100 leads, how many of those 100 leads can I get to take action on something that we have? Because the more we do that, the more valuable this becomes. And now my time doing the V marketing becomes more valuable. And I think a lot of people, especially they start out new, they're like, oh, this work isn't getting me anywhere. They don't see what this creates in long term. And if we weren't successful with what we were doing here, we wouldn't even have this opportunity added on, let alone all the other opportunities. Um, and so I got to tell you, there is so much that we get to do with this. We will be having memes for this. Um, Marketing real estate, people look for things or on that thing. It's another thing we get to put it out there. And remember, the only thing I'm waiting on the memes is how we do the links. So I've got a really solid process on that, and I think I'm going to instigate it. Um, it's a training thing, and I think we're going to be really close. But just know, I see where we can market this in bigger ways, and we'll start doing it. Let's get busy with the other stuff, shall we? 5 minute bio break. 5 minute bio break, and then we'll reconvene this and get going. All right, 5 minute bio break.
Angie, did you hear that in a musical way when I wrote that in chat? I always feel like somebody's watching me. Especially Santa. Man, oh man, huh? The blessings just keep coming. What does Jim Rohn say, Dina?
Those that stick around get paid. Guess what? I'm sticking around. Right, Angie?
Guess what? You're both
What?
getting paid.
Boop, boop, boop. This is exciting.
Victoria getting paid. I think that's who just did the thumbs up. Yep.
Yep. So don't sell yourself short. If you can potentially get there to that training, get there. It could absolutely change our lives.
What are you doing on the 12th and 13th, Dina?
I'll be at a workshop for Evolve Real Estate.
I thought so.
Yep. I'm not gonna sit on my hands hoping something works out. I gotta make it happen, right?
Kind of into this, you guys. I want you guys to see like there's a lot to learn and go forward with, but also we get paid sharing this very well, right? We get paid to market this. So we're gonna make money on that aspect, but it's such a good thing. I don't want you guys to not know about it, right? And not everyone, not everyone's gonna fully be able to take advantage of it, sure. But we're gonna be marketing people that can, we're gonna be marketing people that might want to do it. Our focus, you guys, again, is to capture the lead, which we've done already in the PBS Vortex. I'm having a slight um I got to figure out a tracking thing, and I'll come up with it because I want to work on keywords on this, but we're not gonna do that today. Okay, focus on what we have right now. Everybody should have your multifamily pages that we're sending people to from the PBS Vortex. We're gonna work on keyword and SEO work on this next, secondary. Okay, and I gotta find a way to do that aspect of it. Um, and Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Rory's I'll come up with it. I actually know, I think I know what the answer is, and we got to make it it's just got to be clean and concise. And I want to make sure we're not, there's got to be a way where we know that they're connected to that, so we don't keep sending them to it if they've already been exposed to it and gone forward, because they're going to be prodded with the system going forward. So I'm working those details out. All right, that being said, let's share my screen. We're gonna go to share. My priorities changed. We did all that. If you guys, again, if you haven't done the multifamily page, you're not doing the V marketing on it, I don't know what to tell you, right? Just figure that out, get in there, get in the training. I know we're constantly going over all that stuff. That's it. Let's go to some PBS cleanup, right? So I'm gonna close that page down. I covered the lead flow. I'll cover this some more. I just want you guys to see, like, it's just boom, 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 and so on. And then we always have a way to drip on the ones that go into yeah, I'll be working on this some more in the training, because because if they sign up with us as a pending PBS, as a pending BRT, we treat them differently on the rest of the stuff. This is just for the leads that don't do that, right? I'll spell it out. We started this process. I don't know if I'm going to get you guys fully versed on it and I'll get it visually. But I got to be done with it today. We took up the time for something else. Um, and I think that was good. All right. So I'm going to close that out. I'm going to go back in here, headlines and ad training. And let's go into like, I have a lot. So let me go to the dashboard. I'm going to start doing cleanup. And you guys, I have my homepage again. I have Google AdSense. If you don't have Google AdSense yet, get it before you modify this. I took my posts, my homepage posts that are purely cosmetics, and I turned it into something that I can send people to go through. This and you guys. Sometimes we're going to have to change things. There's progression going on. I'm going to go to our number one anchor offer, which is all this is about, right? This is all I focus on the life-changing products. They all come here. They're going to go to a biohacking a better you video. And I'm going to be modifying this video in the very near future. Now, the good news is when I modify this, I'll test it, make sure it works, and then I'll update it. It'll update this for everybody across the systems. All the servers, the way it's done, the hosting, like it's awesome how that happens now. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, this is reason one of the main reasons for the cleanup, and it's coming. I know it's happening now. You guys, we built. Let me go there. Let me go to beauty and cosmetics. We built this ageless beauty page. I'm going to open that up as a reference, right? And we got this video on this. And things have progressed, and I cannot explain this. And here, let me stop the share. We picked the home run with Velveeta, and I got to tell you, I guess it's been a year in the make now. It's gone by quick, but we didn't know that Costa and the elements were going to happen. That he was going to take Velveeta and take his wealth and go buy Jeunesse. All right. I've been talking with Costa for years, and he is one of those guys that will acquire the right thing. I've, even been on conversations with him and other ventures to acquire. I can tell you we'll constantly look at the right type of thing that's there. The thing that I like most, and you guys need to understand this, is Velveeta for us represents a distribution model, a commission payout. And we know that the company will deliver and run things properly. They will get the products out there, they will pay our commissions, and we go to market. All right. And as fundamental as that sounds, it doesn't work as smoothly like that in almost any other thing we've done in this space. Velveeta has been great to work with. They continue to be great to work with. But this Jeunesse move was big. Now, as of July 1st, there are some changes in our back office. All cosmetic, but there's impact to us that's awesome. So we are going to be seeing some new updates. And as soon as I get them, I'm going to update our videos, right? So the compensation plan is going to be updated because the terminology's changed. There's no longer star, all-star, rock star, superstar, V-star, right? And I got to tell you, I know that when it was set up, a lot of pride of authorship by Costa on it. He wanted to be different and stuff that's out there. Well, Jeunesse and all these huge organization, they're familiar with terminology and things of that direction. And we talked about it. And I actually like more of the traditional terminology on it. And just because on the values on it. So you guys have already noticed this, right? So there is sapphire instead of the star position. And I think it goes sapphire, emerald, and then diamond, diamond two, or two-star diamond, and then three-star diamond, right? I think, yeah. And everything is the same other than the terminology. It's just a terminology change. So, and it's it doesn't change our lives other than it's confusing when people see that when we talk about the other things. And most people, they're not looking that in depth in it yet, but that's going to be changing. Our compensation doesn't change other than he's working on ways to give us more promotions, more ways to help build. He's constantly helping us out. And I got to tell you guys, I looked back at the last, oh, it's almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years next month, by the way. And I've got to tell you, there is this rhythm. And I remember Costa telling me this, that he had been building the back, he built the back end process. That's what Gar Group does, one of his companies. And he said that they have indicators when you got to run a promotion, what promotion is going to work best based on sales and everything. And I got to tell you, I'm looking at our structure and yeah, those rising star hats probably just gain a lot more value now.
Yeah, that's what I was just telling Angie.
Yeah, I wonder where you guys. We I went over it. I mean, we've been building. You guys, it takes a while to build a big brand up, right? Time to market, all that stuff that's there, and we just jumped ahead like 10 years. Now, while we don't feel that in our own personal pocketbooks yet, let me just tell you that nobody can get these products without going through Velveeta. Nobody. We have products that have brand awareness for upwards of 15 years. You just don't get that in a typical network marketing nutrition company. It just doesn't. I've never seen it happen before, actually. I've seen, I've seen, I'm watching other companies. I watched a big multi-billion-dollar nutrition company acquire a couple others that were sparking and growing. I watched that. But this is a tremendous thing, and I got to tell you, I mean, even cost is like things just lined up right. It's really been a blessing, and we're going to be seeing some things. So there's obviously changes are always inevitable, but the name Janess is no longer part of it. It's all Velveeta branding. So we're going to be seeing updates in the packaging and the branding to Velveeta. That's where this is at. This was not a merger. This was a full-on acquisition. Not that it matters for a lot of people, but it is, this wasn't like two struggling companies coming together. This was one company with awesome background and backing and solid ownership saying, you guys are in a problem, but we like what you guys have and where you're going. We can fix all that because we have the knowledge that bought it out. Right? It was a proper, hey, this will make us stronger. We can help you guys out, but we're buying the whole thing. So we started marketing with the Janess name. We have the memes that say Janess. We'll continue those on for a little bit, but everything's going to be changing to Velveeta branding. Everything. And because of that, we're going to be, changing our memes, adding new ones that are going to be all Velveeta, right? And we'll be doing both for a while, and then eventually we'll just drop the whole Janess thing. I mean, Pasta's taken care of owning all the trademarks. He's protected our future, you guys, in big ways. And I'm just telling you that just so you understand that's there. The part of housekeeping we got is, we got to wait for our specific links for the specific, once Janess products that are now, they're all Velveeta products now. And we're going to be, building those pages out and doing that focus. And based on projections, I would tell you, we need to focus on reserve. We need to focus on mind, the life, luminous, and there's two things. Actually, there's three, but there's two things that I wish I could tell you guys about right now that are coming in the future. It's gonna just remember I said this. As great as we have it right now with Velveeta, as great as it is right now, things are coming around to make it even better. And we just get a gain from it because we're already in momentum. Just remember I said that. and we go forward, right? It goes back to, sell what's on the truck today. We can't really sell what's in the future, but it's good to know what's coming, because it's like we get all this stuff done, and then as we get closer and closer to having that, um, we get ready to launch it out there and push on it. And I've already got us working on the right keywords and the directions on that. We'll continue to do so. And then when we have, the new things, we have the new things. You guys, there's just some really cool space. I'm going to go into, um, I'm going to go into, I'm going to plant a seed. I'm going to plant a seed. There is a lot of money to be made in picks and shovels. I've made my fortune selling picks and shovels. Then I decided to do a partnership and share in this with the community, and that's what we're doing. And I want you guys to know that there is some picks and shovels that have been developed by a very dear, again, it's who you know, what you know. It's a really good friend of mine. He was my protege for years in the lead generation business. He's done very well, and he's invested in something, and it's because of that I know what it is. I've flown out and sat down with him on several occasions, prodding this along, and seeing where it goes, and it's getting really close to where it's like marketable and usable. And what it needs is like anything. It needs education behind it. It needs training behind it, right? And so I was on a follow-up on this thing. But what I'm going to let you guys know is artificial intelligence. And again, I'll go on the record to say I don't really think it's artificial intelligence the way that artificial intelligence is meant to be used. Like, it's not creating its own thing. It's just a better way to use information, assimilate it, conclude facts and stats and everything like that. It's just way better programming in search. It's better search. It's better tools, right? Right. It to me, you look at what this is. I mean, guys, I used to study everything by going to the library and reading every book on the topic, every book on the topic, and that's how I would learn, right? And the more I did that, the more I became knowledgeable. And it took time to read all and to send it. Now we have a computer that can go ascertain all the things and spit out the information we need in seconds, right? Sped that up. And what does that allow? When you speed that up, it allows you to create more projects, move ahead, all that. Well, that's exactly what that does. And to me, I see where it's at. I also see there's a huge advantage to educating people on how to use AI, how to utilize it for their business, and so and life. And I see all these people selling courses. I see all these things, and people are jumping on the money bandwagon. And these people aren't really they don't have a proven track record of doing anything but sharing with how to use it. I get it. There's some value to that, right? And I go through it and ascertain. But I also know that I had someone else with a very good vision get involved with some good programmers when this stuff was coming out there, and start building something that was pretty much a picks and shovel solution to the world. And we'll be marketing it. And there's more coming. And I shouldn't have said it all today, but I'm just so let you guys know, get your stuff cleaned up so we can launch some more stuff. Don't miss a Tuesday. Don't miss a Saturday. Let your students know there's things coming. And even if we're not personally knowledgeable about it and we're not experts about it, we don't have to be, right? We're going to create a marketing map that everybody gets to utilize, and tie in. And I'm going to just plant the seed of this so that some of you can start writing on it already, start working on the keywords on it. AI, as they call it, these tools are replacing jobs right now. Has been for a couple of years now. All right. I think we've all been utilizing it. We all see it. I mean, you really don't need a graphic design a guy anymore. You really can get a lot of help with the copy. Copywriters' jobs are pretty much obsolete. You really don't need programmers in a lot of aspects, and a lot of things that people thought were like a secure job have been displaced. We've replaced programmers with AI already. And not only did we replace them, we did such a superior job above it and prove it. All right. We utilized a lot of AI to create the vortex. We did things that were said that weren't able to be done. We figured it out. I mean, it's unfreaking real that we are living today. We are so blessed to be part of the opportunity this creates, and we get to take advantage of those opportunities if we have the right means to do so. And I guess I'm just telling you that we have the right means to do so. So when the things come in and they're ready, we can deploy them, and it just means more revenue for us because we're part of that whole mix. And I can dare say that anybody in a management role in any business. So let's just talk about the world. Anybody in a management role, anybody in a I guess corporate role, whether it's the CEO, the CFO, your CMOs, anybody with a high, mid, low management position, their job is absolutely at risk of being automated by a computer program that's going to do their work better, faster, cheaper. And I don't mean a little bit cheaper, I mean dramatically cheaper. And we know it, we see it. Like it's not just Rory saying this. I mean, I'm just speaking obvious. However, those that learn the tools that are being created and can utilize these AI operations to make their job better, they're going to have a job because they're going to be able to replace several people's jobs because they got the knowledge on that. Let's just say we're going to be taking that to the world, and I am super excited about it. And as soon as it's ready, you guys will all know. And that's what you guys get for being on the call today. You get some wow stuff and get that out there. Here's what I know. I'm going to focus on marketing and conveying the message of things that make sense. And I'm going to teach everybody in Triple R how to do so. And we're all going to do very well by doing so. This circular marketing process is so awesome. We all have it here, and it all stems to our PBS. So I've stated it. Let's go have some fun. All right. I have to share my screen. We're gonna go do some cleanup for the next few hours. We'll pound that out. And I've got our biohacking page. I've got all these things that are here. I at some point I'm gonna have to clean things up because we're, better packaging, better changes, whatever. But the one I really need to work on is ageless. And I know we're not seeing, new packaging yet, but it's gonna happen, right? And I also know I need to probably start making out more and more breakout pages for these and focus on them. We know that Luminous 2.0 is coming. We were already told that. And it just makes this even better than what it is. It's something they've been, begging for a long time. Luminous, you guys, is going to be something we need to put a lot of emphasis on. I don't have all the stuff where I feel like I can write more on it yet, but we're going to get it. Right? We're going to get it. And I'm going to be, asking, we're going to have specific links. We're going to have specific videos, all that stuff to write on it. So just be ready. But what I do want to say is we know the names of the products, and we all know it's going to be tied to Bella Vita. So like we did Jeanette's name in the pages, if you're creating new pages, you might want to start just doing Bella Vita Luminesce, Bella Vita Reserve, Bella Vita Mind, Bella Vita Life, all those things. We can start using the name Bella Vita in there as much as we, instead of that. So phase out, but don't delete, create new, phase out the use of Jeunesse going forward. All right. Now, today, for me, a little premature to do that, but I'm just bringing that up as I go down. I need to do more on this birthday celebrations. Oh my gosh, do I need to do more? And it's something I should always go reflect on. And the thing about it is everybody important to us have, people have birthdays every year. You find a way to just add them. And this is something you can just constantly do. It's getting traffic. It's getting out there. I'll be happy when I can go to Google and just type Linda Horn and have it pop up my thing on the front page, right? And there's lots of Linda Horns, Linda L. Horn, and this stuff come on there, right? I'm like, there it is. That's great. Okay, well, I only have one Linda Horn in my life, and I'll be happy when it shows up on there, you know. And is it on page 2 yet? Where is it at? Right? And these are all things that can happen. But I'll look at it now. If I type Linda Horn birthday, obituaries come up, right? Same type of stuff, right? There's a Instagram, right? And I'm sharing this because you guys saw me write this in the thing, but I'm going to tell you the day will come. It'll be up there, right? And what's this? We're on page 2. I'm on page 2. This wasn't here when I looked at it before. There it is. It's on page 2. And that was birthday, right? And it's there. Classifieds for Free, guys, is really a good friend to us. It really is. And it wasn't always that well. It wasn't always working like it is. Again, time will always tell. It's there. All right, I'm gonna hit back. All right, so that's the birthday page. Again, I should be writing on more and more, and especially people of importance in your life, but also as we do more and more personal branding, right? If I mean, I should put one on all our leadership. I should get it all done, and it's something that it's forever. It's a forever project. It's okay to have those. This is my forever project, one of many. Okay, I'm gonna go to blockchain innovation, and I'm looking at this for cleanup and working on my PBS and stuff that's there, and we've got some stuff on here now. I get a lot of questions on the Farad stuff. We're going forward with that. We're gonna probably discuss this in the next coming Tuesdays, like coming soon. A lot of things we get in, and there's other factors that cause pause. I got some direction. I know what we're going to be focusing on, and we'll cover that, right? So, but I'm here, and I'm just doing cleanup. I'm going to go page by page and get as far down as we can until 5 o'clock. I know that there's a new thing coming, right? And so I want to start going for keywords, classified for free stuff, and start putting it out there. And so today I'm going to just create a page for that. And again, this was not, if you look at my schedule of what I was doing today, this wasn't on there either. But somehow I just can't get it out of my mind. And so I want to at least start with something. So I'm going to go to headlines and ad creation, and I'm just going to create a new folder. I don't know what else to do on that right now. And again, like this is something I'm kind of formulating. I have some key knowledge on it, so I'm gonna go ahead and create a page and start working on keywords and articles around this. Just because, I mean, we might not have this for a month, we might not have it for several months, but it's getting close, and I want to make sure that I am working on keywords for it already. Now, if I go to Google and I type AI, it pulls up a million things, right? But I'm going to go AI job training. There's stuff out there already, right? You can master AI skills. I got Gen AI certificate program, 14 weeks online program. These are all paid, by the way. Top 5 online AI courses. is there, right? AI job training, and it comes in here, right? So I can literally take this. And there's a lot of things in here, right? That are going in this direction. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm telling you something that is not, it's not like no one knows about this yet. People do, right? And it's going to take a while for people to grasp it, but there's a huge need for education in how to use AI and tools, right? Huge need. So, and I want you guys to learn how to use it too, right? And I want to make sure we're, we're teaching it how to use for our pages and stuff that's there, right? And so like I bring this up and I'm going and I could do a lot more and I'm just gonna pull up chat. I'm gonna go talk to AI about AI, right? Let's go talk to an expert, shall we? Um, Please write me an article for blogging out to the world about AI and the direction of using it and learning it, add more value to you as a manager, owner, upper management in your expertise of today in and compare to going forward without knowing about how to use AI in your work. Make it 2,500. Let's put make it as long as needed. Let's try that. There's my prompt. Okay. I can come up with my own little directions on this. And again, if I'm using AI, I got to modify it, right? I got to read it. I got to make it my own. I've got to just like, but I can take the heat from it, right? I can take direction from it. It's still running. And again, it gives me these little things here, which I could key on to, like, right? A specific industry. So you could get this article and you could write it in relationship to any industry, right? And these are all going to be keyword centric places and stuff to go on there. Now, let me go back here to the search here, right? Um, all these things are coming in here. People, it's a buzz. It's not going away. It's a trend. Okay, it's not a fad. It's a trend. And here's the AI stuff and things that are going on there, right? So I can grab this, right? I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna go into I'm gonna go here. I'm just gonna go new page. And again, maybe I'm not even sure where this direction is going, right? But I'm gonna just paste. Oops. What did I click on? Okay, it's there. I'm gonna that's actually a really good subject. I like that. And this is a good thing for me to like tie in other places. I like that. I'm gonna hit save draft. This is not ready to publish yet by any means. I want to save the work. I want to, I want to create this. I'll make that my main keyword. I'm going to come here to the snippet. It's got the permanent link already for the draft. I like that. That's great. Um, Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna make my own. Now, I'm just writing this out there. This is something I definitely wanted to get to. It's I hear about things and my mind's always thinking like I got to build a page. I got to start building content on it. I got to start doing it because I'm looking to market the solution, right? Market the solution. Okay. Now, I already know that in this article right here, I'm going to put the example, those with the AI tools in this real estate niche are going to win big. And we recommend that anyone take a look and see how it is already making impact. And I'm going to make um, this whole thing, I'm going to make it a hyperlink and we're going to go to my multifamily page. Okay, now I'm going to have fun. Key example. We're going to go here to the text. I'm going to keep it black, right? Um, I need to go to a heading, right? And I'm going to go to heading size 3. And then I'm going to go to background and I'll just go to light blue. Wait a minute, one of my keywords too. I'll keep looking. Like again, I'm just gonna save my draft. Learn AI or risk being left behind. I got that in there. I got a little plug for the real estate thing, and then I'm gonna put okay. Now I'm gonna take this heading 3, and we're gonna background it. I'm gonna go yellow, and this is I call this more of like a mustard yellow. So I come up here and I click on it, and I'm gonna go into a lighter yellow and and just change the tone to something I like. I want a brighter yellow. Maybe let's go a little brighter. Okay, I got that little note there. It's good, and I'm going to copy, see, paste. Yeah, now I have it a couple places like registers community member to the right. Now I also have my link for this. Um, which I can come here. I'm going to copy the link address, right? And this is my PBS Vortex link, right? So I have that link there too. So I'll go back to the edit page. I just realized I can put that there. I'll go ahead and apply it. I tell them they can do it on the right. They also can click there and do it, right? And then I'll just copy this. I'm gonna use this as my call to action of this article because I don't have it yet. I just know it's coming, and I want to get this out there as a keyword, and I want to start getting this learn AI or risk being left behind page built. Okay, now I'm compiling information, having fun with it. Of course, here's this. Um, Imagine being able to show off your skills to your employer and be able to negotiate. You can replace expensive salaries, boosting your own, and being able to provide unbelievable value, unbelievable results. I mean, it's given me all these things that make sense. Okay. And it's there. And then I hear rumors of things and stuff that's out there. So I'll go to AI, or sorry, I'll go to ChatGPT. I'm gonna say, did the CEO of Fiverr put out a message that all jobs were being replaced by AI? And can you find this message? Good rumor. There we go. So it came right there. Okay. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to add it to my little worksheet. Okay. And I'm actually using this as my worksheet. It shows you where it came from. Okay, guys, this is Fiverr. And if you guys don't know what Fiverr is, it's a service that I've utilized, oh, well, for years, right? That you can go buy someone to do your graphics or programming, and you can pay them, per project or whatever else, and it's coming there. But almost everything that they do, AI does now, and for almost nothing, right? So this is Micah Kaufman. He says in an internal email shared with staff. So I heard it as a rumor. I might know staff there. Let's just say it that way. And later posted publicly. Oh, so okay, he did. Kaufman wrote, AI is coming for your jobs. Heck, it's coming for my job too. Does not matter if you are a programmer, designer, product manager, data scientist, lawyer, customer support rep, salesperson, or a finance person. AI is coming for you. Okay. He added a striking reframing of job complexity. Easy tasks will no longer exist. Hard tasks will become the new easy. What was previously impossible will shift to the realm of hard. He warned that if they don't rapidly adapt, mastering AI tools through prompt engineering and upskilling may need to change careers in weeks or months. Those who don't adapt or die. We're seeing it, guys, in a faster pace because of technology. Technology does this, right? So you need to become exceptionally talented in your field. You need to embrace the tools. You need to treat AI fluency like the new Google, meaning it should be your default toolkit. This is, guys, and this is great advice for us too. And I use it as my toolkit, right? Fiverr is a leading freelance marketplace is deeply exposed to AI-driven disruption, especially in areas like graphic design and web development. I'm not telling you something that I just see. I'm the only one that sees. what I'm telling you is I've seen the trend, I see where it's going, and I happen to know a solution that we get a market. Right. So those that want to like key in on this now before we even have it ready to market, this is it. Like you guys, and this right here, no job is immune. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you this marketing, guys, there will never not be a need for marketing. Marketing put the stuff together. But when we utilize AI and utilize the tools like we have been to do our job better, that's what it's going to take. Okay. Now, we know that in the world of blogging, I can't just do AI generated stuff and put it out there. I've got to utilize it, give me a good roadmap. I need to be the author and I need to make sure that it's using stuff that doesn't make it pure AI. I got to make it as much mine as possible. But instead of going to Google and doing a search, which is what I've always done, right? I've always gone to Google, did a search for topics, put the stuff in place. Now I just go to Chat GPT, ask for the stuff, it compiles it all so I don't have to, but I still got to go modify it, tweak it for mine. Be very clear on that, right? And I would tell you get Google AdSense first before you really start doctoring this stuff up. It just makes it harder later. And I mean, I think things will change. Who knows, right? But us compiling this stuff together and putting it together, AI, which is because it's not true, artificial intelligence doesn't have the capacity to do so. I'll tell you this: I work with chat so much, you can get frustrated because it doesn't think like a human in that aspect. That's why I'm like, it's really not an intelligence. It's just it's getting better and better how it communicates. But you guys, I've seen some innovations in this direction where the tools make you better at it because the tools actually prompt you to get what it needs to give you the results that you're looking for. And that is becoming, I mean, I almost say it's scary, but it's pretty cool, right? Now, I got a lot to write on this, and part of me is like, just get it done, right? Get it done, get it done, get it done. It doesn't have to be perfect, but man, you got a lot of details and information in here. Okay, well, I'll continue to do so. I'm going to add it down below. Um, this is Business Insider from 17 days ago. I'm actually going to click on that. I don't need this. How do I get rid of this? There's got to be an X somewhere, right? Oh, maybe I can't. I'm not going to pay for that that thing. I was just looking for stuff. Okay. So that's another thing on Business Insider, right? So the CEO is saying, hey, if they don't use AI, I'm not hiring them. That's probably going to start happening very soon. I can see that already. I mean, think about it. Just the path of the path of easy, right? I'm the CEO of a company. I want to hire the right people. Um, So I'm going to hire the right people that know what I don't know. I want to hire better people than me. So I'm going to want to hire people that are better at this AI thing to keep it with the competition. Hey guys, it's a real thing, right? It's real. Um, so let's go into yeah, AI. I mean, this is just important stuff on here. I'm going to be able to write a lot of things. So let's see what else. Is AI fluency being looked at on resumes? I'm going to grab it like this. I want my question. I'm just asking different questions, right? So I told you, like, I'm asking things that I already know are out there. So this right here, I'm just gonna grab this. I know I've covered this before. I know it, right? And I'm just creating a whole doc sheet of this that I'll be creating more and more stuff with, and I'll show you what I do with it. Um, and now it's like, wow, this is bigger than normal. Right? This is a lot. So I'm gonna just come here. Actually, I like the way it looks in here. Let me just finish the thing. What other question can I ask it? Let's see. Um, I don't like what it gives me in these. Let's see. So, and I want you guys to know that, like, and I got to really talk about this. Where's my page? There we go. Let me explain this. And the question everybody should have on their mind to ask me should be something like, is AI going to replace what we do as bloggers in Triple R247? Is AI going to come for our jobs? And I'm going to tell you what I see. I'm going to tell you that most everyone, they don't know what they're looking for, how to ask it right. So there's that. But I see it, and I'm going to explain why that blogging just became even more relevant. When we create content, whether we use AI or any other fundamental of getting knowledge and putting it together, we're putting together information pieces, articles, opinion statements, things for people to go find and come across that they're not going to otherwise. We fill such a big pathway of information need. I don't. I think AI is just going to enhance what we do. I think those of us that use it are going to win. I don't think it's going to ever replace what a blogger and a marketer do, right? They're not, AI is not going to go there and start replicating how to market products and push things out and publishing it. That would be, I mean, that would be kind of cool. I mean, as a marketer, it's like, hey, let's go type this in there, and it kicks out all the stuff I need, and it kicks it all out. I guess that would be awesome. But the person that knows how to do that's going to win. And the blogging aspect is still needed. I mean, you guys, I've seen I've seen AI pull my pages into information, and that's what's told me we put the content out there, we grow this right, we're all going to win. So we put the information out there, we grow it right, and we win. And if we're you guys, there's so many pages we can put out, there's so many things we can do, but again, we have so many aspects of what we do that are rolling this. And I can tell you that we're using AI tools in our lead generation. We've been using AI and any like again, I don't call it real AI, so let me just put that out there. We've been using better search tactics since we saw them. Right. Okay. I can tell you that in the world of online marketing, we have more tools than almost any other industry because we see the need and create the tools. And we have a lot of proprietary stuff that helps our jobs be better. And we're always testing something that's out there new because if we can cut down our costs anywhere we have to adapt or die. Lead generation is one of the toughest industries to maintain and grow. I've been told it, I've seen it. I'm glad that we can do it. But you guys, marketing is such an important, yet it seems like it's such a mystical thing too for people how to do it. But we got to do our job to convey the message, get in front of people. That's something we're gonna have to just drive. And the more we can use tools to do so. Now, we have tools that we're teaching you guys how to use to post ads and do all that stuff. And I'm gonna go to some of that today. That using those is our future too. Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Okay, let me go back and share this. I'm I'm showing you that the amount of information for this is just insane. It's insane. And so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm right here. I'm gonna paste all this here as information so you guys can see it. We can write from it. We're gonna find keywords and stuff to go with it. You can write a page for every one of these areas and what you can use AI for, and you can learn it, and it's coming soon. The tools to teach everybody how to do all this is coming soon. I'm just letting you guys know, like I'm waiting for it to be ready for us to actually push out there, and they have, and it's the ancillary stuff we're waiting on. The education and the deployment of the education is what I'm waiting for. It's crazy. Now, I'm also going to let you know that a lot of companies value their knowledge of their staff, and the staff that use these tools and stick with it and learn these tools are who their future is going to be with. And there's companies investing mega money to train and educate their staff in the AI tools that are out there. However, I mean, if you look at the bottom line, those that use the tools more effectively, now you have a better advantage over somebody else because you can do more with this. It is incredible, right? The workload you can offload when you utilize proper programming and better search, right? And I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. And I want to make sure we're in part of that. And it also lets us really hone in. And not only are we able to do that, but I mean, we're going to give people ability to really learn stuff. And we do that here constantly. Yeah. Okay. What else was I going to ask? Let's see. I think this is a good thing to know. So I'm gonna go grab this. So this is where I get a little bit. I don't know if like we're gonna call it my heart bleeds. I mean, you guys, the average age of a RRR247 students, it's 58. And I know they're looking for things. We get those, and actually they work out the best. And I got to tell you, I mean, we see it, we know it, it makes sense. But right here, this is an area that needs to help the most, according to this. And I already knew this going into this little search. Gen Z, they're seeing it. They got a high interest. They're anxiety prone. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, can you believe that's even something to say about any age group? Um, Strong practical usage, they see where it's at. Peak fluency, 90% comfort, 60% familiarity. I mean, this is great. 35 to 44-year-olds. Okay. And then moderate and then low familiarity. Well, this stuff is here. Um, there's always equity gaps, but we get to do a lot of these things right here. We get to do all this. We already get to do it just by plugging into what we already do, right? And it's again something that people need, something that they're going to need to invest into. And if we got a solution, that seems like something we should be marketing. So I got this here. I'm going to do what I do now. I'm going to grab all this. I know I got to be up there almost. Almost. Did I make it like an AI folder? Okay, we go up here. Oh, okay. It's down here for the moment. I'll leave that there. That's fine. I'm going to do a new folder of AI picks and shovels. I'm just going to say, guys, I'm getting you guys ready for like this is just me on a PBS cleanup day. Um, I'm going to move this that one. Okay, it's there. And then I also need to I'm going to lock this. Okay, so there's my reference points. I asked the same stuff, and this is, you guys, if it works for me, it works for you, right? So what I want to do, let me reload that. I got a lot of details I can use from this for information to create articles from, and I want to get this one done and just get it added, right? So I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy that. And I'm just gonna grab this, right? So let's see. and then you are. And high, mid, or okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. And you guys, I'm just rewriting it, right? I'm just rewriting it. Um, Okay. And I am gonna like bold that one for fun. I'm going to bold that. I'm gonna put this on here too. Actually, I can just copy and paste that. And when we go forward with this, we will have a video that explains this even more. But you guys, we want to get keywords out on this. At least I do. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I want to get keywords out on this. I want to launch this on classifieds for free. So I'm posting it out there and getting awareness to just this page. And I want to track people that want AI info. Okay, that's fine. Um, I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna grab this, copy it. I'm gonna put that down here. And again, I'm just rewriting it, right? I'm rewriting it, making it my own, and just doing a little just like ideas, right? Boom, data decision, automating repetitive work. Um, and you all should be doing this for a point where this is becoming like, yeah, I get what he's doing. That's what we do, right? And I can have some notes under each of them, right? So, like, I can make that bold. That's one sentence. That's one sentence, right? And then I'm going to come here and I'll go to list. Again, this is making it more original for me. I'm changing the format too. Even though there's only 2 items, I can always add more. It's okay though. You guys are getting the whole thing. There we go. List. Make that bold. And that's a heading 3, right? And I could come here and size this up and like color it. Like I can go text blue, text blue. Only 4 there. It's okay. You guys know I like 3, but right now I'm just getting this like done. and then I can publish it. And then we have a lot more to go, and I can get this added. So, So that's three. Makes me happy. Okay. Right. So I got that article done. I do want a video for this eventually. I do need like a image, right? So I'm gonna go to our Dreams account, Dreams Time account, AI there. On that lightning that just hit, took out the power here. The backup kicked on. Hopefully, I'm still connected. Their internet didn't go down. All the TVs are resetting. Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm still connected, right? We're good.
Yeah, you're good. That means it's headed this way.
Oh, it's yeah. The kids got hit yesterday, and it was that flash flood where it just fills the roads,
Yep.
and then it's coming down really good here. But like that thunder, like it shook the building, power glitched. Gosh, that's amazing. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I know you guys all get it. All right. Oh, I want to round this. Then I want to hyperlink it to my registration link. And that's the thing about the PBS Vortex is at least I know I have a way to contact them later. Like I can get this out there, start dripping on it now, and that's it. So I'm gonna take this page. Okay, I'm gonna publish it now. It's ready. I'm at an 80. I probably can make it better. Let me look at that real quick. That's not bad for not even looking at it. I did a lot of words. You guys watch me. I modified everything I could because that's what I want to do. Oh, focus keyword not found in the headings. Okay, hold on. We can do that. Okay. That was really good thing for me to put there. And that took me to 83. Keyword density is 0.42. Yeah, as we all know, that's got to be a one. I got to fix that. So I got AI disruptor. I'm at 0.58. It took me to 80. I got to get that up a little higher. All right, let's see. I'm at 66. All right, and I'm just gonna grab that. I'm gonna put it here again. 0.73, 0.80. I'm up to 86. I really want to get above point 0.1, right? So I'm gonna go to my keyword. I'm all good. I'm at 89. I'm gonna call that a win. How about that? All right, so let me go back that up so I don't see. And this is gonna go under blockchain. Nope, not there. All right, hold on one second. Can you hear music in the background, Dina?
Not at all. No.
Okay, this system was worth it then. I have music in the background, which is nice, but if you can't hear it, then I'm not gonna get a copyright thing. Okay, cool. So was today different than you thought it would turn into be?
What do you say?
Was today different than you thought it would be?
Yes, yes. Very in the housing thing is very informative, the real estate. What you're doing now is also opening my eyes to a lot of things. Yeah.
I mean, we get to do this, right? Like we get to do this. I love that saying we have because it's like we just get to. It's so cool, right?
Yeah.
And it's if it. Let me grab that.
I'm in that
Definitely.
age group that doesn't totally understand AI, so I'm going to dive in and learn it real good.
Yeah. Well, I think it's. I mean, I think it's always been like those age groups, like with the internet too, right? And
Right.
and this is just another new version of technology. It's not going away. Like this isn't like a fad. It's a trend, and it's gonna impact people's lives so freaking much. I like workforce being two different words. I know it's one word. Now it's gonna bug me. Come on. Yeah, actually proud I got like the high 80s without really like having to tweak a ton. All right. Okay, that's backed up there. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here. If I'm gonna put in the computer's internet, it really could go on both. All right, so open it and then all things computers. And I need to go through every category. I mean, this one got to there. I need to go clean all of them up, right? And let's see. Edit, edit. And I'll say this too, like I come down here and under my education and career development, it should also be here and here. Right now, I'm gonna do this, and I gotta alter it on all those, right? But let's do that. So let's go here. I'll keep it consistent. Right. And then I'm gonna make that a heading 3. And then hyperlink it for my learn AI. I have a lot to learn. And then my call to action.
And do the category pages need to be in alpha order as well?
Always alphabetized. They have to be.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
it's got to go. Yeah.
oh yeah, I gotta move it up. Yeah. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? That you're kind of like Rory, you missed it. I look at that like I comes before. Oh, it doesn't come. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Thank
saw it
you.
when I started typing it. But yeah.
Keep your eye on him, Dina.
Right. So I'm gonna save that one. And I'll come here now. Now ideally, Oh, look, I see a problem in this too. But it's type percent, man. Do I have any other problems in this page? Um, Ideally, um, I wouldn't have to like repeat this. I can use the same one, but we know that Google doesn't like copy. So I got to change it. And so what I'm going to do is copy it. It's here, right? On computers and internet. And then I'm going to add it to all things computers and internet. And I'm going to edit it a little bit, at least, right? So, yeah, I don't want to give away too much on what this actually, like, this is kind of hard on where it's at, but we can do all this. I just want to make sure I have it in place and then I can modify this, but I want to get this listed. I want to get it out there. And I'm not so much caring about search, organic, and keywords. It'll come. But I do want to start getting it out there and learn AI of or risk being left behind. I want to put that out there. I do. I want to put that out there, and so it's there. So here's that one. It's done. And then I'm going to take a copy of that one, and then I'm going to go into my education and career development. And when I go to look to change it, I'm looking to change it for what fits this, right? Learn E. There we go. Dina, it's going to go here. There we go. I found where I misalphabetized before too, and it was I found it once on something I had like done for like a long time, and I was like, how did I do that? Like, I mean, that's something that drives me nuts, and yet, yeah. So okay, go to C. Yes, I'm gonna back up these category pages and all that stuff is there, but I'm gonna hit save. Okay, I'm gonna come here. This is the all things education page. Mm, I said it enough different ways. I almost want one more sentence in here. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to hit save. Now I will back all these up. I'm going to go into it. We have a lot of these different pages, man. I go through it. I'm going to go into one of these. I've already saved it. I can close these other pages down. And I'm going to go to the menu. And remember, you got to be really careful when you mess with menus. So learn, I'm going to add this. And I'm gonna add it twice. And I might make some other changes in here. I always look and say, what do I don't want in there? But like e-business, e-marketing, I mean, I can put it there, but education and career development could absolutely be here. Um, and I want to remove this. That's in there twice. So I do that sometimes. I'm just looking at anything else here. Great, 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 great. All right, so move that over there. I'm going to drag this up and I'm going to go to there you go. B, there we go. Drop that one off here, and I'm gonna take this one up to computers internet. LI, there we go. And then save. Some housekeeping. I wanted to get that out there and get going on it. Now you guys all know that I've launched that on my site. Doesn't mean, I mean, it means anybody going through it, the traffic can see it. Great. I made it on the menu. Great. It's there. I need to post it out there in other ways. And so I got this here. I think what I'll do, is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go into our AI picks and shovels. I'm going to go new Google Doc, create and share. New Google Doc, create and share. And this one, I'm just going to paste my whole backup system so you guys have it. Wow, where did this go? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna lock that. That way, anybody wants that as a starting point, I put it there, right? I just realized as I said that, okay, I'm gonna make that. Where's my? Okay, I'll put that in there. Now I'll lock it. Okay, now I'm gonna go to classifieds for free. Oh, let me stop my share for 1 second as I log in because I'm gonna log in. And we're clean up. All right, so I'm gonna go here to my ads, like I always do. By the way, teamwork, right, makes the dream work. Um, who can I pick on? I'm gonna pick on somebody right now. I want to pick on somebody. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to see who's here. Um, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right, this is one of our like rising leadership stars. So I'm gonna bring her on here. Marty Lindblad, are you available to talk?
You got your classifieds, Sharon, if you want us to see her.
Yeah, let me do this. While I'm doing this, just so we can talk and I can do this in multi. Here goes. Hold on. Immersive view. Let me make sure you're available first. Guys, I'm going to show you. I like this, what I'm about to do. I think it's really good on the training, and I should be doing a lot more. Marty, are you able to talk? Marty. All right. I see your microphone, but I can't hear you. All right. I'm gonna let me do this. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna pick Gregory Pope. You're in here twice. I'm not sure which one to use. Let's see. I like bring Greg. Okay, hold on. Greg, you're in here 2 times. So again, oh, you got the one, the video on there. I'm gonna try that one. Greg, can you talk?
Yeah, I had you on my phone.
That's okay for this. That's perfect.
I'm
Okay,
hearing both,
let's see if this
actually.
starts up. There, yeah, I got the right one. Okay, so now let me share my screen. So I'm in classifieds for free. I'm going to ask you a question, completely on the spot, like I like to do. So I'm pulling up my ads. It's still pulling up for some reason. When you're using classifieds for free, and I'm talking the team, right? So the teamwork makes the dream work. What is something I could do with classifieds for free for my team that they can also do for me to help us all win?
Hmm. Well, you got me stumped. I'm not sure what post ads to their URL.
Absolutely. And I don't mean all the time, just but like and it needs to be reciprocated, right? And the reason why I say that is, do you think who do you think updates their ads faster, you or me?
They do it automatically? I mean, when you
Well, no,
click
you
on
got to come
renew
in
all
here and do it,
ads,
right? You got to come here to my ads,
yeah,
right? And then you got to update them. But if
I do
I'm
that.
doing
Yeah.
it and you're doing
Mhm.
it, we both get advantages for both of us being on top of it, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if I have ads for my student in my group, when I update, hers get or his get updated as well. So yeah, it makes
Right?
sense. I get
Always
it.
helping them, right? And they're
Hmm.
always helping you. And the
Yeah.
reason why I do it is just think about it. I might miss weeks at a time. It's happened.
Yeah,
But
me too.
a lot. Like I might just be doing 2 or 3 times a week. Either way, it's winning for somebody else that's doing it too.
Right.
Right. And so when I go do that, I'm putting that out there. Now, I would suggest setting this up as study hall. I would suggest doing it with someone that you know is absolutely in here for the long haul. They're not just, hey, let's see if I can make $1 million tomorrow and quit. Or
Right.
like,
Click, click,
right.
click.
Because I've done all the above. But I gotta tell you, when I'm doing something and when I see one of my students do a great page, the
Hmm.
best way for me to like congratulate them is go post in classifieds for free for them and just help send them traffic, prime the pump for what could come, right?
Roy,
And
I've been here 6 years and I never thought of that. That's a great idea. It just takes very little effort to do something like that.
here's what's really bad is I do it all the time and never taught it because I just like did it. I didn't think about it.
Well,
And so
today's the day.
yeah, so I'm saying like it's okay, right? We come together on stuff. And this is something. I mean, I think like we have power in consensus. We have power in our community, and there's other places use it, and it's such a selfless act. That being said, it's got to be reciprocated. Like I'll do one for you, you do one for me, and if everybody on a study hall is doing all that and posting the ads, now I come in here, and every time I come in here and I click on renew all
You
ads,
know. Hmm.
I'm not just, here's the thing is I'm not just helping me, I'm helping you and anybody else on my team. What does that mean? That means Rory's going to be more aware. Like I want to help people. Every day I go and update this, I'm helping everybody. I'm going to do that more for you than I would for myself. That's just who I am, right? I have a lot of people stuff in here.
Hmm.
Yeah, so this one right here is really good. I should show you guys what I did. Um, let's see if I can open that in a new tab. Oh, it won't work that way. All right. So you guys, I listed it in Utah and any surrounding state to Utah because it's a place in Utah. Okay. And I want you guys to see how many views it's getting. 8, 6, 15, 2, 2, 12. I didn't do anything more than just put this in here. What is this? You might add. I'm going to come back to this in a second. All right. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Best Mexican food. Let me pull that up here. Did that not come up?
At the 404 not found.
Yeah, should have came like I'll just go to all dates July because I wrote it in July. I wrote it oh maybe
You
did
did
I
it
write
on one F16 maybe?
oh it's this one right here. I did it
Oh,
6:30. Oh, that was my
Almost
ad.
there.
This is my page. So let me open link in a new page. I'll put that here. And I think, did I get this ready ahead of time? That sounds like something I should have done. Hold on. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm going to do that here too.
Cleanup, right? Didn't quite get there.
Was that?
I said, you're doing cleanup.
That's exactly what this is cleanup. Yeah. I wasn't kidding. And it's all stuff that matters. Like, I think this is the page. Okay. Yeah, once I got a classifieds for free, I was gonna pull all this stuff up. And I'm looking at the time, so I'm trying to just do it all, right? Um, no, so modify the last 7 days. Let's see if I go to last. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else I put in there. Right there. Okay. It's under the PBS Vortex Brain Food. And I think, yeah, so I showed you guys how to do the numbers. I already put that out there. That's been good. And then I had this other one I did for the training. And yeah, okay, I remember. So let's see if how much I can get to that. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to Zoom and post that. So let me go back to the Mexican place. All right, hold on. One thing at a time, Rory. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna post an ad. And this is for the page we just did, this one right here. Okay. Okay, and close that out. Okay. Okay, the URL. Visit the Okay. So that'll be there. I'm gonna go and lock that. Oh, category was announcements. Um, yeah, lock it. I'm actually gonna put it in jobs available. For jobs, jobs available. It can go in and out. It can literally go in several of these categories. Um, it can go in professional services. I'm going to do it in jobs available, so I'll highlight that for me. You just realize we have people I got to put this on there for, so I did it. There we go. Now I'll go ahead and lock that puppy up. And I want to add an image. I'm going to choose a file, and I'm going to go into PBS, our PBS files that we share. I'm going down to various images used in our PBS, AI images, and this graphic. I'm going to select that. And my members only just for fun. There's my description. What am I missing? I'm missing this. And the YouTube video ID, I gotta look and see if that's even working. I don't know if like that would be something good to add to it, but this is what we got. All
I
right, so I'm
tried
gonna
that
post
the
that.
other day.
Did it
I
work?
couldn't make it work.
I haven't
No.
ever seen it work. Like the way it's supposed to work is awesome, but I've never seen it work. I just like realized I hadn't tested it. So thanks. Yeah, I think he's got a hard time with that. So anyway, all right. So I put this here. It's there. I like it. That to the US. And yeah, I want to post another ad. And this, I want to post it in every state. Actually, every country, everywhere. So I want to do that, right? And I'm on Alabama. I'm gonna make a note where I stop, right? Like I already know I only got 24 minutes. So you guys get the idea. I'll be doing that. Um, so
You
that's
know
one of
how
them.
I do it? I look at the most recent, when I load into my ads, it's the most recent one is the one I left off on. So if I get pulled away and I was on Kentucky, I know where to
Totally
pick
do
up.
that. You can absolutely do that, right? You can totally do that. And like normally I would sit here and knock this out. You guys, we're doing a lot of work. I know it was a cleanup day, but you know what's more important than cleanup? Rolling out big multi-million dollar projects,
You
right?
mean like
So
evolve real estate?
yeah, so I'm just, and I guess what I'm saying is I'm not apologizing the day went the way it went, but look how happy I was that we had the time to do that. And I still have all this cleanup to do, which we'll do again in 2 weeks. It's just, it's really easy to let things gum up when there's so much going on. And once so it's really important like to just sit down and get it done, right? Like it's, and I want to make sure I get this out there because I know this is coming in the future, and I want this page being hit. I want traffic going to it. I want to be an authority on AI fluency. All right, so let's see. Oh, I'm logged in. Okay, so I'm bringing up another one. And I did an ad. So I'm gonna go my ads and let's see if it comes up. So you guys, I think you guys all get this. I'll be just posting this, posting it. I gave you the example. This is a reputation thing, and I gotta tell you, there's value to this. And you guys, we're gonna be training on SEO in a big way with our courses, right? And so with that understanding, I have a friend's business. It's out in Utah. It's called Salsalitos Mexican. It's really good. Okay. And this is a guy that I grew up with him. He's one of very few that I've seen like being very successful in the way he does things, but he's got a heart of gold. Like he he has helped so many people around the world, around I should say around the U.S. in prominent areas with donations and things. And I've just watched him and his wife do great things, and their food's great and all that stuff. And like I went to school with his plumber. I mean, it was like and I like these are guys I grew up with, and he started getting all sorts like everybody gives him like a high 4.5 star, 5 star review, and all of a sudden he started getting these nasty ones, and he put out a post about it, and I'm like, these are good people getting hit with crap, and I just got this like irritation, right? Because you guys know that our biggest one of my biggest things that bothers me is how many people will attack us, right? We had competition attack us and then say like we're a scam and all these things. I've had people, attack my upbringing and then use it for their own personal gain and bad reviews and false reviews and it's a problem. Well, there's a problem, there's got to be a solution. And we combat our own stuff by just letting the truth go out there and say, what we do and cover all that. So I wrote an article right here and I'll share it. I'll share this in chat. And this is completely right at this moment. It's not in the menu. It's uncategorized. I wrote this out there. Sausalito's Mexican Grill in Riverton, Utah, and you'll see how I wrote it. And I called the stuff on there, and then I listed every one of these fake reviews. Right. So had an employee quit, or they fired an employee. Employee's upset, gets his friends to go do all these bad reviews. Right. And while it happens, you can get it cleaned up with Google. It's a pain. It needs to be just said. So I just wrote a thing about it. And you guys know if I get behind something, I type it out pretty quick. I just did it, right? And then I pushed it out. And then I spelled out some other things and just did this thing about being better. Now I didn't put a call to action for our stuff. You'll see right here, there's a hashtag. I got to show you guys, there is something that you guys need to know. You can barely see it right there because it's white. There's something I've been neglecting to teach you guys, and it needs to happen now. Some of you might know it already because I know I've talked about it, and I know, but let me bring it up here. So, see that hashtag, Greg?
I see
Everybody,
it. Yeah.
that's like
All
their
right.
hashtag they use in their marketing. So hashtag Salsalitos. I can put more in there. So like hashtags pull up in search and they pull up and they get listed with things and it ties in there. There's all sorts of aspects to the hashtags. And and I'm gonna say it's one of those things you just gotta make it a habit. And I need to do better too. But on a page you create, so like this right here, um, like, did you get an invite to Tuesday Zoom? I'm gonna edit this page. We'll talk about this in a second if we have time. But on the bottom of the page, I'm gonna go hashtag RRR247, hashtag Rory Rickard, like I know it's on there, so I'm gonna go hashtag performance blogging. And that's wrong. It's gonna be performance. Hold on a second. Hashtag.
So you're putting them in different paragraph blocks.
I just put it in, yeah, it's gonna be kind of below it. And honestly, like I'm just you don't want to put too many, but I'm gonna show you for spacing. Um
What
So
I was wondering
that's
is, could you put more than one in one paragraph block?
I wouldn't for how it works for a
Okay.
reason. Right. Now I'm going to highlight these and I'm going to go to text and white.
Oh,
So you
Yeah,
don't
it
see them,
disappears.
but they're there.
Right. The
Right.
computer sees it. Yeah.
Right. And that's how I do hashtags.
Ah,
Now I also should do like I don't need to do a hashtag of that number. I
yeah, I
could
need
if
to
I
put
wanted
that
to.
on my
Yeah.
uh,
So there's another
Twilio
thing
page.
I mean to teach you guys. So clean up today. All right. So there's my AI job listing. Here's the best Mexican food. And I'm gonna click on it and see if it comes up. I don't know if it errors out. I want to show you guys it.
Hmm.
Doesn't usually there we go.
There you go.
So I had the kid's face on there. I just did that, right? Best
Hmm.
Mexican food is in Utah. So I did a thing as best Mexican food is in Utah. So that it'll link there, and then if it goes to that page, it's going to make awareness of that, but also make awareness of hey, these guys are great, and they got bad reviews from a bad employee. Like I'm going for the support side, but it lets me get that out there. So when
Plus,
people start, so when if people search best Mexican food or all it's going to drive people there at awareness. So I took something negative, made it a positive, but also put that on there. So if people see that and they see the bad reviews, they're going to be like, oh, bad employee, get it. And this is posted in California. I just went around the surrounding states. Well, I did this not too long ago. It's there. And, if I go to Google and I type best Mexican food in Utah, I don't know if it's going to come up yet, but people, they pay to be on this, right? By the way, red iguana, absolutely amazing Mexican. Okay. It's like one of the best in the world to me. And I see that on there. I get it. Right. Um, But I come out on here. Here's all this. I'm not there yet. But if I type like salsalitas and they come up there. But eventually, I'm going to tell you, my stuff will start popping up on there. And what it does is help. If you were, it helps just reputation. And we'll talk more about that. But of course, my review is going to come up there because it's me, right? And it's something we can do on a local. And again, there's more things I'll be teaching you guys on that. But I took a negative, just put it out there, and then I feel like, hey, I helped them. I use my talents to help them. It's out there. It's good. Um, and I went for a keyword like that for that industry for that thing is there. Now these guys are all paying to get there. He doesn't show up there on the stuff that's there. There's these other guys that are doing all this best restaurants in review, right? Okay, but when I come down. Eventually it's going to start showing up on there. And I can do more stuff to focus on that. We'll teach that stuff later. All right. So anyway, I did that. I posted that out there. No big deal. I'm going to come here to post ads again. And I got this other ad. There we go. Not that one. I can close that down. You guys get it. I don't need to go on that anymore. Did you get an invite to Tuesday Zoom on Triple R on this? So this will be my classifieds for free. And the URL. And I was going to say this. And then we come down here into, let's do entertainment. I'm not going to create a sheet for it because I'm just going to show you guys, like, if I come up with something, I just go do it just to get it out there. And I'm trying to get traffic to this, which then directs them to the phone number, right? So that phone number, right? And I want you guys, like, I'm sending them here. I'm getting more stuff that's on here. And this phone number is also on my other page, right? So I'm taking what I know. I have a page for this phone number, right? You guys saw me do that before. Well, I'm creating another one that talks about the Tuesday Zoom with that phone number. So I want to have two things pop up with that phone number now. So remember I said there's more to do? Well, this is an example of more to do, right? So it's there. I don't need to say that on there, but I do need to say, I need my page. Hold on. And I want to get the Zoom image. I think I got one on here already. I was creating images for this. I don't want to show a kid on Zoom, for instance, unless there's like a parent. I don't want to be like crossing any lines that way. That one might work. Do something like that. And again, I'm getting that out there based on Zoom, um, Tuesday Zoom. I just want to like post that out there, but also has that phone number in the thing too. So like when I post it out there, Google's going to see it. So eventually, even though I didn't, it's just bringing awareness to that same to a page that has that phone number on as well. That phone number is a keyword, right? And I got to make sure when I go on here, and I'm going to go to here, I didn't put that as a keyword. So I got to make that a keyword. And I also want to make Roy Rickard a keyword. So that pulls up when they do that. I'll hit save. I can do different ads and renditions of ads and stuff like that with the keyword on it too. But this is another angle on that same thing, right? So I will hit post ad. Maybe. There we go. I want to post this everywhere as well, like country everywhere. I just want to get it out there, and that'll help drive more stuff to that thing. So again, more cleanup. That's one of those projects that if I mean, I'm never really looking for new things to do. I'm always trying to focus on the stuff that we have at hand. And I mean, it comes at us, right? I don't like, I never wonder, like, I always wonder, like, what's the most important thing for me to do? That's why I'm having these cleanup days. These are all things I never got to, but I have like unchecked lists of things I need to do that are here. And this is definitely one of them. And I have a lot more, and we're not going to get to them today, right? That's just not going to get to them today. All right, I'm going to stop my share. I'm going to open this up. So Greg, you've been here for a while. Was this been a fun day?
Oh yeah, a lot learned and a lot to do. You know, I'm hanging in there. Had some personal things to take care of. That's why I put it on my phone. But I was listening while I was cleaning out the chicken coop. You know.
Works. And then it's also recorded, right? We have it live, so people can
Right.
go. It's in the live
And
recording.
well, I know what I need to do too, because I caught it. You know, I was paying attention.
So I'm gonna tell you guys this. Like, there's only like 8 minutes left. I have a hard stop at 5, and that's the other thing I want you guys to know is it's okay to have a hard stop on this and just pick up again later. Priority wise, I take care of the number one stuff in the business, and then the other time I come there. So I'm going to share the priorities yet again. Okay, so I'm gonna go into I'll be working on this stuff for a while, guys. So I'm gonna go to the RRR247 instructor page. And on the bottom of this, I have my priorities that I live by, right? So priority one, I got session one, I got session two, session three, BRTs. You guys notice on here, like me utilizing, like even like this is what I guys, this drives our entire business. This drives everything we get out of it. Bigger opportunities come because I'm driving these, right? And creating PPS pages and the ad postings and all the other stuff, that's all down here. And these are all things I can do at other hours. I can only do this during prime time, but 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, a dedicated time I set aside like on Saturdays to work on things. That's when I work on this right here. Creating PPS pages, ad posting, and all that, right? All this other stuff is it's just constant, but it's in the prime time of day. And then I do this, right? I have my Hero Post account, and I was going to post ads today and show you guys that. These are all things that, we got leaders showing. We got, what is it? Contacts 360, I guess that's the latest one I'd recommend to anybody. We got awesome leaders that are teaching you guys how to utilize all that and posting the content and getting that done. But you guys, we are going to be utilizing more and more tools that we find out there, and more are going to be coming, and we're going to be adding stuff to hopefully, automate everything we can automate. And I'm just gonna put this out there: get your PBS Vortex humming, work your teams, grow your teams, and understand where the duration of it is. And I gotta state this, and I know Melissa Gable had something happen. We have people from a year ago, 2 years ago that come in. And I got to tell you, because of the way we run the PBS Vortex and the data management, when people leave, they leave. I can't stop them from quitting. I wish I could. And we have people that have quit that started on their Vortex, hit a couple hundred leads, they quit. It's not working for them or whatever it is, right? And those leads go up. So when they close their account, they're assigned up. Well, I've been taking several of those, from people that no longer want to do it. Okay. And I get results from those too. That's how they go up. I stick around, I'm going to get paid. When that person's ready to go forward, I'm still here. Greg's still here. Melissa's still here. And I just want everybody to understand that some of the best people that are going to come into your team, they're just not ready yet. They might have heard about it. They could have read the book. They're just not ready yet. That's a real thing. So we just keep going and find them, and I know that, some of our best leadership isn't even here yet. We have great leadership. I'm not putting anything down on them, but I want them to get great leadership because they get the reward for being here and growing teams. And I want to find smarter people than me even to come in here. I want to grow what we have. We've created quite an opportunity, folks. And it's one of those things. It's definitely hard to explain. We have to go through the training. Just trust the processes. I don't even try to explain what we do to anybody. I'll just say, if you want to wait, right, just check this out. And I do the BRT and watch the Keystone video. And if that intrigues them, we go forward, right? That's all we can do because it is that complex. And I'll put reference on here on the Evolve Real Estate mastermind thing. They can't teach people in quick either. And it's a big thing. Like big opportunities have a lot of moving parts and pieces. They have a 2-day solid training, right? Which, if you guys look at this, how much time do we train people? And we break it up a little bit, right? I think that's a little bit more feasible for that part of it. So we do like a 3.5-hour session one. They do 2 hours of homework. We do a 2-hour session two, right? And then session 3 and session 4, the leadership stuff we teach, that's just long and ongoing, but learning as you go. Nothing great is taught in 5 minutes. It takes us a time to learn and understand why we do things, right? And that's why we do what we do. So guys, today's been an awesome, fun pleasure. And we'll be on here again in 2 weeks. Next week, for anybody that wants to go to the the actual mastermind to see like, oh my gosh, how's this all work? You guys got the access to it at an incredible deal that still pays commissions. And I think that's important because full, and I mean full commissions, like literally, you guys, we get a really good commission on it. And I was going over things. What you guys don't know is our commissions more than what I posted somewhere. Cause, well, I'm always gonna look at where things are, what we're doing, and make sure we're all getting paid right. But we make really good money on this project, and it needs to be that way. And I gotta tell you, what we went with is we want our family to make as much money as possible, right? So because of the way the PBS Vortex is structured, it's you guys virtually everything is being paid out through that Vortex, like the commissionable amounts all being paid out through that. And we get a grow on it. You know, it's not creating revenues to offset the marketing costs like typically we would like to see. We looked at it as, hey, if we can help make more money for people doing their PBS Vortex work, we're going to grow and do it there. And that's what we went with. So just know it's going to be a nice lucrative thing for what it is. And that's important for me. Also, that means that as marketers, we can make a lot of money from this project, even if we don't participate in it. And that was my main goal too. We don't like not everybody's cut out for a real estate thing, even when like that. It's just and that's okay. You may not be ready for it yet. You may not be ready for this angle on it, but I can tell you, I know that as things shift and new things come up in real estate, we got a partnership that we know we can advance and build on. So I'm kind of building things that way, meaning there's a lot of future things we're building and planning for constantly. So I always told everybody, like, stick around. This is why it was so important to get our overhead as low as possible for everybody so they can't afford not to be here. And then we can get masses and we can get the millions around the world to make, you know, great income being part of what we do here. I mean, I just want you guys to understand, like, this is constantly thought out. And seeing the vision just land and become that, it's just fun. All right, Greg, thanks for letting me put you on the spot here. And
My pleasure.
it's 5. I've got to run.
I always say it's not hard, it's just a lot. That's what I say to people.
It is. It's not hard. It's just a lot. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you.
Have
everyone.
A great weekend. See you on
Greg, thank you
Monday
for
or
all you
Tuesday.
do. And I'll call you out on this, like with everybody too. You have so much wealth to share with people. Start building new team members instead of, you know, and work with the ones you have. You got a good team to support them. You deserve to have a big freaking team to share this growth with. You deserve it.
That's the plan.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
You know, I never give up.